Somebody press this button, perhaps. Test, 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 test. Okay. Third time is potentially the charm. Welcome, dear chess friends, to Goa, India, where the local time is 3:16 p.m. Although the moves that we are seeing, I believe, are 15 minutes delayed and thus played at 3:01 p.m. It is a beautiful warm afternoon in Goa. Our contestants here in the fourth round have been in Goa for 10 to 12 days at this point, depending on when they chose to arrive and so forth. And they're hoping to have another 12 days here if all goes well. Aditya is back to root for Sam. Lovely. This was an exciting matchup yesterday. Daniil Dubov and Praggnanandhaa. Prag really risking things with white in the first game. Came very close to losing throughout, I would say, that game. But our attention last round was largely on the matchup of Richard Rapport and Sam Shankland. We watched that one pretty thoroughly yesterday. It ended in a very solid draw, well played, interesting, but neither player appeared to ever be losing. Welcome back, Winegum, Skibix, Sweet Blues, Robin, and Aditya, and everybody else. Good to see you. Welcome. The main language in Goa is Konkani, and the language has probably been around for between 1200 and 1800 years. There's one ancient inscription from about 1800 years ago, and then no other super clear evidence of Konkani until about 1200 years ago. Some old inscriptions of Konkani are apparently, people are not always certain if it's Konkani or Old Marathi. It comes from the same group of Indo-European languages descended from Sanskrit. And I'm no expert on these languages, so I wouldn't be able to tell you which was which. I do know that the Portuguese originally had a different name for it. They called it Lingua Canarim. I don't know exactly where that came from. And then after a little while, they switched and called it Lingua Konkanim, which is like Konkani. Be that as it may, let's click around today and see which boards are going to be most exciting to us. There are two matchups that were decisive yesterday, and 14 that were drawn. If I've got this right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. So let's see the decisive matchups. We had Wojtaszek lost as black against Aronian. So Wojtaszek finds himself in a must-win situation here. Good morning, chess lover, as well, and chess dude Johan. So this is a must-win situation for Wojtaszek. Again, the goal here, this tournament is played as 2-game mini matches, so the goal is to score 1.5 out of 2. We're playing classical chess today. 40 moves in 90 minutes plus a 30-second increment, and then another 30 minutes added at move 40, and the 30-second per move increment continues. The one other decisive game, do I have that matchup up here right now? Let me just click around and see if I got it. There it is. Jose Martinez Alcantara won with black against Alexei Serrana, putting him in a very difficult spot. And as he did in the game against Abdusattorov 3 days ago when he won with black, he then trotted out the C3 Sicilian as white in round 2. And so Serrana will have seen that game in his preparations last night and or this morning. So he will at least have been warned that he's got to potentially try to win with black from the C3 Sicilian. We'll see what he has brought. But as Chess Lover says, Jose has been impressive. So we'll see. We'll see if Serrana can do anything to disrupt his dark horse run. To our international speakers of English, I'm not sure of the etymology of dark horse, but the expression dark horse refers to somebody or some horse, who is a very, very unlikely long shot in some competition, generally for people to bet on. So people will say, like if you're betting on Keimer or Aragaisi to make it to the finals of this World Cup, people will say yes, sure, that's a fair bet, right? But who's somebody less likely who you think has a good chance, right? And then, you would want to not say Prague, who's like the third highest by rating, 5 points behind the other two, or 10 points behind the other two. You'd have to try and come up with someone a little bit more surprising, and Jose Martinez would be that answer. Hey, Justin, asking, do we have any more discussions of Danya on the YouTube podcasts? We do not at the moment. But I think there is a possibility that we will. Yeah, a possibility. Let's see what we've got here. Neil's playing the two knights defense against the Italian, and then h6. They had a pretty tame e4, e5 yesterday with Neil's as white. We'll see if this one heats up. Hari has won every game with white in this tournament so far, I believe, yeah. And drawn every game with black. So we'll keep our eyes on that, although I do expect a fair number of draws today. Just clicking around to get a sense of what openings are being played. Every board other than the two I highlighted at first. Every board other than Wojtaszek, Aronian, and Martina Serrana. Every other board, the match is tied 1/2, 1/2. And so, if the players draw, they'll tie the match 1-1 and go into tie breaks tomorrow, which will be rapid, more rapid, blitz, faster blitz, etc. So these players are not in must-win situations, but of course they would love to win the game and decide the match here and have a rest day tomorrow. Even if on the day of the rapid tiebreaks you only have to play 2 tiebreak games and you win them, you'd still rather have a rest day, because 2 tiebreak games at rapid time controls, it's a change in time control, it's a lot of stress and pressure, a lot of time preparing, so it's a big deal. Thank you, Justin. If you don't mind, would you throw in the chat some of your unanswered questions and discussions to help me point in that direction? There are things that I didn't want to discuss until we had more information, so that's why I said we don't have a plan right now, but we might at some point. Okay, so we've got Wei Yi playing the Petrov. So saying he wants a draw. And Magsudlu is going to be very confident. So Wei Yi knows that Magsudlu is the type to press. But it seems like he's guessed the variation that Magsudlu played as a possible line. And he's well prepared, playing very quickly as Wei Yi. Always a bad sign in my eyes when people are super well prepared. I prefer when they're not. Tim thinks that Grandelius's h6 is very weird. Let's see if it got weirder, because h6 on its own is not that weird. Oh, he goes for quick bishop g7. So then Pentala tries to punish him. Right on. Boom. Yeah, so energetic response from Hari, but Niels seems to have been ready for it. It is, but Tim is right. It's a bit weird here. I guess Black's idea is, get castled and then challenge this pawn on e5 with d6. Presumably White's going to take here at some point, right? Then Black wants to put on some hurt. Just crack that open, get all the pieces into position. How does White get any advantage? It's hard to see. I would expect Hari to think for a bit. Kamer plays a standard exchange. Queen's Gambit against Esipenko, who goes for a quick c5, so he wants the isolated queen pawn. We get two isolated queen pawns. Bishop g4, okay. Esipenko playing very, very quickly. Bishop g4 is not obvious to me here without a knight on f3. I mean, it's a standard move with the knight on f3, but he's playing very quickly into a position that looks like a bit of pressure from White. And this guy just dangling out here. I'm a little surprised. I mean, the rate at which Esipenko played all this suggests that he was in his opening prep, right? But I'm surprised that this bishop g4 is a good move. I don't know a specific name for the variation of the C3 Sicilian Jospin played, sorry. Okay, then did we get another knight off here? We did not. Yakuboyev and Pranav into the Scotch. Classic old line. Wow, f6 without knight b6. Okay. Yeah, I don't think that bishop c4 line is that weird, but I don't know that it even has a name. Wow, and Pranav spent 9 minutes on this move, so was it over the board inspiration versus preparation? And the basic is if White takes, then a queen trade leaves this knight hanging. So probably Black would take back with the knight. That much makes sense. So the other thing White could do here is queen e4 to get the tempo on threatening the knight. And then if the knight moves back, then you could trade. Something like this makes no impact. I'm just feeling around a little bit here. Hey, David Blom. I reviewed the Pragg-Dubov game from yesterday, and yeah, I mean I studied it. We watched part of it yesterday. We started watching it right after the Shankland game ended. And so we saw it like moments before an absolutely insane computer move that I noticed when reviewing with the computer yesterday, but that I didn't notice on my own. If you mean a very surprising tactical move for Pragg, that was the only move to keep him in the game after the black pawn got to e3. I saw the computer mention the move. I didn't see it myself. And without that one move, we were correct that the position was sort of -1-ish for black most of the time thereafter, right? Okay, I see the point, Justin Davis. Yeah, that is something that I would address. Pesky saw the move, David Blom, bishop e7, queen e4. I was thinking that even if you gave that position as a puzzle to most GMs, they wouldn't notice it. So queen e4, knight b6, ef6, gf6. Maybe here you'd play b3. You know why I deal with this stuff. Seems solid for white. But there's no huge need to play queen e4 in that case either, right? You could just leave the queen here as well. Play takes. Oh, that's why it takes. Okay. If you go b3, then you have to offer the sack. No, they can't trade queens. Could do this, could do this, could do this. Okay, not sure. Not sure. Dubov, Prague, geez. This game got pretty crazy quickly. Let's see. Rogozin, Queen's Gambit. Okay, this might also be called Vienna, this variation here, where white plays down the pawn, like, where white sometimes plays down a pawn. But here, Queen a5. Knight b5, e4 hanging, queen d4. Holy moly. Knight g5, queen g7. Looks like an advantage for white because the dark squares become really bad around the black king after you recover your piece in some position like this. So black simply castled. And here Dubov is thinking, I suppose if he takes this knight, black's idea is a6 to win this pawn. We've got a move from Daniil. He took a6 immediately from Pragg. So if you move the knight, there's queen c3. or queen g5, depending where you go, huh? Like on knight d6, maybe queen c3, king e2, and you're down a piece. So maybe against knight d6, it would grab over here. This is very sharp. Yeah, DT, I don't think that chess is... I don't think that classical chess is boring. I just think that... I just think that Fischer Random's even better at this point, myself. Okay. This looks exciting. Dubov castles. AB5, bishop d3. AB5 develops the rook, but leaves the queen blocked off on the 4th rank temporarily at least. We threaten checkmate. White's down a pawn. It's a gambit line. We're going to expect a quick f5. It is a little bit of a memory contest here, as Francois says, although if you don't remember, sometimes you can still come out okay if you calculate well. I mean, if anything, Sweet Blues, the point of Fischer Random is to play classical, right? It's to make the game harder, therefore you should have a lot of time. It's not to then have you blitz, right? You could either play blitz to see more mistakes or faster results if that's what you're into, or you could play Fischer Random to see more mistakes just by heightening the difficulty level, even with lots of time. But yeah, it doesn't really make sense to play Fischer Random at high speeds. Morning, Patrick. The whole history and glory of chess will vanish if we throw classical chess and embrace Fischer Random. You don't have to throw classical chess to embrace Fischer Random. Nor would Fischer Random mean, in my opinion, that the whole history and glory of the game was gone. I mean, I can tell you this much, Sushan. I'm somebody who loves the quote-unquote history and glory of chess, you know, but I'd still love to see Fischer Random. All right, Queen e2, safe square from which she pressures 2 weak points. It does give Pragg a chance to go ahead 2 pawns right here, but he would have to calculate that, you know, rook c1, rook c8, queen e6 check isn't winning, right? Which we could do for him as well. Boom, boom. Here, here, that's lost. Can we defend this pawn? I don't see it. We could stay on this bishop here. But wherever we go, they're taking the rook with check, so we can't get the piece back. Queen c3, rook c1 looks losing for black. So queen e2 looks pretty good. And, you know, maybe something like knight c6 developing pieces is going to be a normal move here for Pragg. Dubov does have a very interesting style, Almany. All right. Good morning, boss.
Good morning, buddy. How you doing?
All right, all right.
It's early for me, but I mean, it's even earlier for you, but hey,
Awake and alive.
are we gonna do Sam again, bud?
I don't know. I was sort of potentially picking based on openings, so I was sort of seeing which games were looking hot and
Mm.
spicy.
Mhm.
And the first one that looks pretty spicy is Dubov versus Prague.
Well, hold on though, but of course, there's gonna be spicy games.
Right?
Of course, there's gonna be spicy games, but this is Sam, bro. This is potentially his greatest tournament ever.
Mm-hmm. And if it is, we'll get to see him again tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow.
Well, might be his final moment, bud.
Well, if it's final moment, then why would I want to watch?
Oh, come on, man. Come on.
um, I mean, I've got Sam's game up as well. It's over here. Um, he got a symmetrical English. There was an offer of turning it into a, Maroxy bind. Sam offered to turn it into a King's Indian defense or Benoni type game, and rapport and gave him a chance to play this move d5, which I think Sam was probably happy to play. Get into Grunfeld territory, and look how fast Sam is playing this game. Oh, mama. An hour and 33 on the clock. So, always a good start from a professional perspective to have all your opening prep. Though I prefer the games that are, you know, going haywire
I mean,
and
this one's
out of the
gonna get
player's
hot.
control.
This one's definitely gonna get hot. It will definitely get hot. Um, so I'll say, like, one of the things that about rapport, honestly, that we might see if this goes to tie breaks, we might see this in the tie breaks too, is dude likes the funky moves. He doesn't care about the engine evals. He doesn't necessarily need, he's not like as white, he's not trying to get he's not interested in what the computer calls an advantage,
Mm-hmm.
right? And here too, I mean, he's not following some computer line or something. My guess is that black is just fine here. Um, and I think if I was white, I think if I was going to try something, it would be Bishop G5. So I think that's what dude is calculating here.
I
He
don't.
might also be thinking about Bishop H6.
I want to push back tiny bit on what you said. I don't think Report would be averse to having a computer advantage if he could.
No, it wouldn't be averse, but you know what I'm saying. He's like, it's not the thing that he's desperately looking for.
Right. But in this case, I think he got surprised by Sam's move order, and he was just out of book, so he's just doing what he can here. He thought for a couple minutes already on Bishop G2, D4, and Knight C3. Each of those moves he thought for like 2 or 3 minutes on, meaning he hadn't necessarily expected this move order. And he thought again on DC5 for a minute and a half. After Queen A5, he thought for 12 minutes. So he definitely, I don't think he had like, this is my special line that I've got prepared here, right? He's just figuring it out. As somebody in chat mentioned, Bishop E3, Queen H5 would be pure symmetry here. Although, I do think Bishop E3, Sam might actually play Queen B4.
Mm-hmm. Now, I'm honestly, I don't look at the engine, but my guess is black is a touch better in this position. Um, and I would say also a big moment for Mr. White was, and also Sam pressing his luck was move 6 because rapport doesn't play D5 on move 6.
Mm-hmm.
I call that the traditional response.
Yeah.
And then Sam immediately, again with the super fastness, bolts out 6D5, which I guess we're transposing. It's actually a very rare position, even though it looks like it should not be a very rare position. You know what I mean? Because CD5, CD4, as you said, that would be what you normally see Grunfeld position. In fact, I've had this position as white a bunch, and no one ever played D5.
Okay. I've seen this position before. Um, that they, in fact, the position they have in the live game, I've seen this before.
Uh,
Um,
okay.
Once or twice. I think it may have been Sam who showed it to me. So, for what that's worth. Um,
I'm at the Dojo database now.
yeah.
So yeah, D5 on move 6 is a very rare move. Um, yeah. So
The D5 move is really rare.
yeah.
Yeah.
And then I guess DC5 is the most common. So Queen A5. This is all DC4, Queen D4. Now, if you didn't know what you were doing, it would be a little scary to play Queen D4. That is
Yeah.
in fact the most common move in the database.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Yeah. I've got a general question for you, Jesse. In the second game of these mini matches, do you have a preference for watching the games that ended in a draw on the first day, or the games where someone's in a must-win situation?
oh, I don't understand why we're not looking at Sam, dude.
We are looking. We are looking at
I
Sam.
think like you look at the one that's the friend of the dojo, man. You know.
Look, I do have Sam's game up. I'm just asking you a question. Just just
I think they're
conversation.
all interesting. I'm more interested in the storylines, and I guess if I was going to do a second game after this,
Mm-hmm.
I'd be interested in looking at Yospem.
Mm-hmm.
I think
Which
it's an
is a
incredible,
must-win game for Serrana.
exactly right. It's a beautiful story. The whole, it's interesting. I think with the modern chess world, like the modern chess world can explode in levels of interest from places that comes like in waves that
Mm-hmm.
it didn't. I'm sure that way all across the different disciplines of different things besides chess. But like for example with Naroditsky, the level of grief that we saw worldwide, it was just this sudden wave in the social media. And now with Yospam, dude, Latin America. Oh, buddy, dude, they have found their champion and they're beating drums, dude. Just imagine it's like as if there was several stadiums full of dudes playing drums and trumpets and mariachi bands, bro. They are pumped, man. So that's just a cool story, man. Especially, actually, it's interesting. There's even like a Naroditsky echo, of course, because Yospem, like no one believed in the guy.
Yeah.
And Kramnik didn't believe in the guy, and they had that match, and he
Mm-hmm.
did fine. And now
Yeah.
all of a sudden he's like, I'm not just a blitz player, bro. I'm playing the real deal.
Yeah.
So, anyways, those are the two games I'm most interested in.
Okay. Fair enough. So for you, just in general, you're interested based on the players and the storyline of the player and how well you know that. Doesn't matter if they won or lost or drew the first game.
Yeah, and I really, well, we've talked about this before. I don't believe in the idea of some positions are like spicy and others are uninteresting. You know, yes, there's a couple positions, like if it's a dead draw or something, but like in Sam's game, I think some people be like, this is just symmetrical. No, there's all kinds of crap gonna go down. By the way,
Mm-hmm.
the database is telling me that White is contemplating a move here that I hadn't thought of that is very spicy and a little bit problematic, and that's knight g5. That's the top move.
Mm-hmm. Rapport just played knight g5.
There we go.
Yeah.
9 minutes of thought.
So on the surface, this threatens knight takes e6, rearranging your face in terms of your
Yeah,
bishop and your structure. But I think it even more heavily threatens knight c to e4, checkmating you in two moves.
exactamundo.
So, well, I suppose you could play knight c4, knight h5, and sack your queen or something. But anyway, um, I imagine Sam more or less has to play bishop f5 in response. Weird to see him think for a full minute. maybe he finally wandered away from his board, though he's been like a tiger, just at the guy's neck on the clock all day yesterday, right? Like he was never away from the board. Every time the guy moved, Sam was just blitzing on him.
So also in the database is Queen C4, though just optically to me it looks like White has it. If nothing else fancy works on Queen C4, Knight E6 looks like a long-term advantage.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. By the way, Chad has told us one thing about Martinez versus Serrana.
Okay.
Serrana thought 8 minutes and played this move D3. You'll probably remember that Martinez played the C3 Sicilian against Noterbeck 3 days ago in the same situation, having won the first game with black, right? So also in a situation where he just needs to draw to advance, he played this line. So Serrana could see it coming, right? Should have definitely prepared something for the C3 Sicilian. And here after 8 minutes, he plays D3, and some people in chat who've been on Esserman's stream, Esserman being like a big expert on the C3 Sicilian, by necessity, since he likes the Smith-Morra, they say that D3 is a small mistake, and the correct answer is Knight A3 with an edge for White. Now, Jaspom thought for 18 and a half minutes, Jesse, so he was not prepared for D3, but he did find their Knight A3 move. So now we'll see how deep Serrana's preparation is. He's overprotecting this extra pawn on D3. I have seen this line before, but I know nothing about it, really.
This is a pretty good. I don't. Did, wait, did you say something earlier? Like you felt he was doing this line because it was like an equal line or something?
I don't
Like
know why
White.
he's playing the C3 Sicilian. I'm just saying that is what he played against Noterbeck.
Oh, got it. Yeah, no, I think that's just his jam.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just point that out to say, like, Serrana could well be prepared for this.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure he is. Though he thought the D3 he spent 8 minutes on.
Right.
To me, D3 looks very controversial. Very controversial.
Yeah.
All right, Bishop F5 played immediately. Or
Well,
not
two
immediately,
and a half minutes.
2 minutes.
So not quite blitzing. Knight B5 is an obvious move for White here. Not obviously right, just, obviously to look at. And then maybe Queen B8, maybe...
Well, probably Queen D7, right?
Queen D7? Queen D7, Bishop F4?
Rook C8.
Rook C8. Shrug-a-dub-dub. Rook E1, threatening Knight D6. E6. Maybe Knight H4. I don't know.
There might be some kind of Knight D4
Knight
too.
D4 as well. Yeah, maybe Knight D4 is better because if you go Knight H4, the bishop could potentially go to G6. And you might not be able to crack black. But Knight D4, if the bishop goes away, you can definitely crack black. Anyway, this is potentially an interesting game to follow, Jesse. Just because.
Oh yeah. No, I'm sure they'll all be interesting.
Okay, yeah, I agree.
I don't know much about Serrana. I also feel really he is one of these people who is a strong 2600 but doesn't actually belong in the fight for the candidates, right? So it's one of the many people where you just look at this whole list of players and we're talking about people at this point. It's almost guaranteed, right, mathematically, that we're going to get at least one chump. Right. One stuff that doesn't belong there. And maybe 2, maybe even 3.
I mean, Serrana is extremely good to potentially toss around the word chump on him. I mean, he is an amazingly strong and talented player.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if he ever hit 2700, but he's been 2690. Like he's been very, very close.
Mm-hmm.
Let me quickly check if he's ever crossed 2700. 2689, 2691, 2717.
Mm-hmm.
So he was.
Of course, I mean, to call I'm the word jump. I'm just thinking like when you look at somebody going into that candidates tournament, they need, in terms of chess playing strength, to have a legitimate shot, they need to be 2760,
Mhm.
right? And you know, 2700, that's amazing, but that's actually pretty far from 2760. That's all I'm saying.
Mhm. Yeah. But it was Danya who told me many many years ago how good Serrano was. Because he was on an opposing team in the chess league for a while, and at the time he was still an up and coming player, like 18, 19 years old, um, with just fantastic positional feel and incredible score in the league. And Danya was telling me like, yeah, this guy's really good, legit good. He's like one of the toughest opponents for me. Um, and yeah, I think he's somebody who has not hit the ceiling on his potential yet. Okay, we're getting some moves in that game. So knight b5, queen d7 played.
Oh, I'm a GM today.
Yeah. Now, Jesse, somebody in chat was mentioning a detail that after bishop f4, rook c8 is actually a mistake because of knight takes a7.
What?
What the heck, Mark? Knight takes a7, knight e5, and white takes on f7 and has a big advantage.
Ooh, damn. I guess you could also play bishop f7, but both look pretty good.
Yeah.
Dang. Okay. That's a nice one.
So chat is saying actually the best move for those in the know is rook e1, not bishop f4. In the live position, rook e1's better than bishop f4. Big advantage for white. But bishop f4, rook c8 is actually a mistake. The correct move for black after bishop f4 is something else. Maybe knight d. Not can't be knight d5, bishop d5. I
Well,
don't know
what
what
is
the
it
right
then?
move is for black.
If it's not rook c8, what is it,
Whew.
buddy?
Well, yeah, I mean, so they're saying they play bishop f4 in blitz even though they know rook e1's better because people fall into this
But
rook
what would the
c8,
move?
knight
Okay, I'm
a7.
staring at it though. I'm not seeing it.
Well, yeah, that says it's going to be a little bit hard to find, right? Serrana should be somewhat prepared. I feel like he should be prepared. I can't tell for sure if he is or not based on his time usage. If he was double checking something, it's hard to know for sure. Um, he should be prepared.
Um, so bishop f4 played, right? Yeah. Now, did
No,
chat tell
bishop
you what?
f4 was not played. That's
Oh, it
just
wasn't played.
me
Did chat
analyzing.
tell you what the answer was
No,
after
Chad
bishop
hasn't
f4?
told us all the answers, but you want to figure something out for yourself, Jesse, right? I mean, at
Well,
this
I
point, a
mean,
prepared chat is the same thing as having spacebar on.
well, okay, to a certain extent, but it's also theory, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm staring at it. I'm not. I mean, it's early in the morning for me,
Yeah.
and maybe it's e5.
What if it were castle's queenside?
Could be castle's queenside, but then why is rook e1 that much better if he's going to castle queenside?
Maybe with rookie one, you could somehow break through with knight g5, and having an extra attacker on e6 would help or something.
Maybe on okay. So one thing is if rook e1 castles long, then knight
Mm-hmm.
g5 I think is crushing.
Castles long, knight g5,
Now maybe even that's really complicated because
e6.
of d2. Actually, I don't know. Oh no, that's not it. Cry. Sorry, my bad. Maybe d2 too. I don't know.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. It's
So
messy. I mean,
Yospem's on his own on this one. The computer people know that it's either okay. So that's the live position right there, right?
the live position is knight b5, queen d7.
Okay,
Yeah.
good. Oh, good. So they'll be on their own. Um, let's see here. Someone else who was on his own, my friend, was our own Sam Shankland.
Mm-hmm.
And even though this knight g5 was the most common move, also looks like the most terrifying move.
Mm-hmm.
He thought for the first time, maybe in this entire tournament, he thought
Yeah.
for 9 minutes and played queen c4, which, I don't know objectively what's best with bishop f5 or queen c4, but in the database, bishop f5 is slightly more played.
Mm-hmm.
We have no 2700s playing it though, right? We just have these normal people.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's look queen c4. Um, in the database, we have loads of moves. We have e4, knight e6, bishop f4. My chump move would just be to play knight e6.
Yeah.
That's just my first instinct.
Right. But yeah, e4, bishop f4, breaking the fourth rank to avoid a queen trade. Both moves make a lot of sense.
We had knight e6 in this game, Sigurov, Chow Li. We had knight e6, queen h4, gh4,
Wait, did you say it was
fe.
Sanan Sugirov against Li Chaobi?
Yeah,
Well, that's pretty much 2700.
yeah. And then dude played bishop g5, and to me it looks like an advantage.
So the queens got traded on h4 and then bishop g5.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I would believe in the bishops.
It is a Blitz tournament though. It's the
Mm,
China Russia Summit Blitz Summit 2018.
nice.
Okay. So Queen C4, we're gonna get a little bit of a choice. Probably rapport will tank. Actually, that will be my
Fairly,
strong guess here.
fairly good chance that he thinks this over. I would say in general, in terms of the narrative of this match, Jesse, I would say in general, rapport is going to be pretty high in confidence. He's been on a pretty good run this year.
Mm-hmm.
And I think his live rating is somewhere around number 12 in the world at this point.
Uh-huh.
So he's had a resurgence after a couple of years of dipping. And rapport is one of these sort of tortured poets of chess.
Uh-huh.
His love of chess comes and goes. Sometimes he's feeling hot, sometimes he's feeling cold.
Yeah.
He's given interviews where he says, "Why am I good at chess? It's ruined my life to be good at chess." Things like
Mm.
that. Wish I never touched the pieces. I think right now he's going to be on a pretty high confidence point, which means, some players when they're out of theory or their opponent's playing quickly, they try to bail out, right? Or they feel the pressure of the situation, the pressure of the clock, the pressure of their opponent's prep. And I think rapport, he's got the confidence to push through anything like that, right? And just try and find the best chances for himself that he can here. And I think Sam is actually going to be under a little more pressure in terms of, personality wise and where each of these players are in their lives and career. Um,
Well, I mean, I would say rapport, like, I mean, Sam's a great player. Rapport, like, briefly cracked top 10, right?
Hmm.
And then dipped down from there. And that to me is like, oh, he was a real dude. Like, he had some major skills. All right, we have a move on the board, it looks like.
Yeah.
Bishop F4, a very fighting move. A very fighting move. And so I'm going to see who played Bishop F4 here. We have uh, a dude named Venkatesh against some 2100. And he played Bishop F4. This is some sad game, though. Black played H5, and that doesn't look right. Bishop F4 is a pretty challenging move, right? I mean, it's just like, no, you can't trade the queens.
Right.
I would assume, okay, and also we're saying there's no H6 because of 96, Bishop H6. At least that's how it looks.
Yeah. I mean, unless you played FE there, maybe after 96. You see what I
Well,
mean?
that's an ugly looking thing, yeah.
It is. The whole thing is ugly. But does this ensure you your queen trade because of the G5 threat?
Maybe that might turn out to be the critical line because it's a little bit hard for black here. I mean, H5, okay. I just don't want to do it. H5.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if we were gonna play H5, why did we play any of our previous moves? Yeah.
Yeah, in the game, it was this, against this 2100 as black, it went H5, Rook AC1, Bishop D7, Rook FD1, and it just turned into a nightmare for black quickly, lost in 20 moves.
Annihilation.
Mm-hmm. And Robin has a nice point that it's too early in the morning for us because G5, Mr. Proust and all that isn't even a threat because the queen on C4 ain't protected.
So if G5, you'll play Bishop G5.
Yeah. Nice point, Robin.
Okay, so I'm threatening E5, maybe. I don't know.
Maybe.
I'll come up with a threat here.
Okay. I mean, Rook AC1 looks like a pain in the butt right there.
Yeah. Or as Shanky would say, what?
That's pain.
Hmm. Okay, maybe not H6. Hmm.
Very remember when people were giving me the vibe that this was a boring game? Remember that, bud?
I think they said that there was the potential for complete symmetry,
Oh man.
which was not wrong. I don't know if they said the
There
word boring.
All right, so let's state the
But
obvious.
did you see
Black.
the opening that Dubov and Prague had? Like when I was just clicking through openings, that position looked very exciting. That's all.
I'm sure it was. I think too, Mr. Proust, if we have time, we could look back at that a wonder game yesterday against Sargisian. That
Mm-hmm.
was like some kind of masterclass, dude. That came back to me during the day a couple times, and then later in bed, I was like, God dang, man, that what a defense,
Yeah,
and so
one of the
many good
greatest
moves by a
defenses we've
wonder.
ever seen. Bishop
Yeah,
f4, rook c8 played on the Serrano board, so knight a7 is possible for Jose
holy moly.
Martinez right here.
All right. I tell you what, Mr. Proust, I'm going to give you the breakdown, not with the computer, but with the Dojo database.
Mm-hmm.
So, first thing I want to say about Martinez is on move 6, the traditional move is just C takes D4. And
Yeah.
then this move, bishop c4, I think was popularized by our friend Seviano. He played
Okay.
this for years. I
Yeah,
sat
I've
next
seen
to
him
him
play
in
it
so
too.
many games where he would play this.
Yeah.
So d6, snip, snap, castles, and now d3 is by far not common, just very not common.
Mm-hmm.
It also looks very suspicious to me. All right, so knight a3, bishop f5, knight b5, queen d7 by far the most played. And then here we can tell that the rookie one is a really computer-driven move because nobody, Mr. Bruce,
Mm-hmm.
and I mean nobody, has played bishop rookie one in this position.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody. I would say it's 63% bishop f4. We also have some weird moves like bishop e3 and knight d4. Some chump played a4. I don't know. In any case, bishop f4 is the testing move.
Mm-hmm.
And there's e5 castles, rook c8. Rook c8, of course, by far the most common.
And what's the other move?
Castles long and
Castle long
e5.
and e5.
E5 was the one that was, I was like, if black's actually going to survive, maybe it's e5, I thought.
But e5, knight e5 looks lost.
Okay, knight takes e5.
Yeah.
And then what?
Bishop. Oh, queen b5.
That's the intention, right?
Okay, so that's the point. So e5. Hmm.
It might not even be over in that final position, Mr. Prusi, because you
Sure.
have queen f3, but I was just imagining to myself, if I'm worried about something, maybe it's e5.
Right. Okay, hang on. So e5, that makes sense. White needs something precise in response. One thing white could play is bishop e5, and another thing would be rook e1.
Mhm.
Um,
I'm assuming on rook e1, we're going to play f6.
mhm.
I And bishop e5, of course, possible.
Yeah, why not bishop e5? Let's start with that.
So let's go snip, snap, queen b5. I'm terrified, by the way. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, I think knight f7 is enough, so to speak.
It looks terrifying, yeah.
I mean, we're never castling. Our rook's kind of hanging.
So I'm gonna click on rook c8 and see how many people found knight a7.
Rook g8, rook e1. Rook g8, rook e1 looks kind of like a direct forced win if bishop
Yeah,
e7, knight d6, if
yeah.
king d7, knight e5, and take the rook. Yeah. I don't know. That looks very playable for white.
Mm-hmm. Bishop f4.
So live position. Serrana's up more than 30 minutes on the clock.
And loads of
So
people have found knight a7, but
sure.
yeah.
Um it's not like an insane computer move that you would think a GM would never consider.
Well, not only that, but a lot of times in these database games, there might be strong players, but they're in the Dojo database,
Hmm.
but there's also blitz games in there. I can take the blitz games out, but in any case, like they're finding it even in blitz, which means dude's gonna find it. That's what it means. It also means that Serrana didn't find it because you wouldn't play Rook C8 so fast.
Played rook c8 in seconds. You have to understand part of the situation from Martinez's perspective is he might think that Serrana's still in his prep, which means when you see something like knight a7, when you're in your opponent's prep, there's a part of you that's thinking like it doesn't work because they're playing computer prep.
On the other hand, if you're a natural attacking player
Hmm.
and you see knight e5 and bishop f7, you're like, well, this works,
This
right?
works or this is playable? This
This has
works.
got, I mean, well, it's got to be the right move.
Hmm.
By the way, if he doesn't play knight a7, he could risk being worse. That's the other problem.
Right.
So,
I mean, could this all be a bluffed opening prep from Serrana? Like, I'll blitz all this stuff and you'll be scared and not play knight a7.
okay, I think we should stay here. I just want to report that Sam, again, another 9 minutes. So the second time in his life he's ever spent time,
Mm-hmm.
played h5. And if we maybe later we'll get an eval bar up, I definitely think White's better here. I don't know. I might have to reflect on how much I think White's better, but I think White's better. Okay. So Rook C8 on the board. And I can also tell you how the games win after Rook C8. That's allowed under Dojo rules.
Mm-hmm.
So Knight A7. What a bummer, man. Knight A7. Just like, oh man. How brutal, Knight A7. Oh God. All right. Queen D7. All right. So nobody played Bishop F7, by the way. They all played Knight E5. And then the main response has been Queen B5. So basically, I just want to see how complicated it is. So for both me and Mr. Bruce, it seems like White just has got to be winning, but we want to look at it from Jospem's point of view, right? Because he's analyzing this thing right now.
I wouldn't be confident it's winning. I would just be interested.
Okay, Queen B5. By the way, hard to calculate in the sense that Black could do other bunch of different moves.
Mm-hmm.
Like Queen D6, you could be like, oh, that's annoying. Now I can't play Knight F7.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Anyways, Queen B5, Knight F7, Rook G8, Knight G5, and Black played Rook C4 there. So, okay, there's so many different ways this game could go, but that's an example of a human variation.
Mm-hmm.
Um, yeah, so actually, it's just going to be a very interesting position. I would
Yeah.
say, like, if you do it as White, what you're saying is, um, I all I needed was a draw, and here I am playing this. And then also, when you get this, you got to say to yourself, okay, the knight on A7 owes me a tempo to come back. The knight on B6 is loose. The king will never castle, and I'm ultimately just going to be up one pawn, right?
Mm-hmm. We've got a move. Knight takes a7 played
Knight takes A7, nice.
by the beast from Peru slash Mexico.
Now, one thing I was thinking that maybe it could be evil is imagine you're Serrana, maybe you have some idea
Mm-hmm.
against this 95.
Yeah.
Then what you could think about doing is thinking on move D3 to like do the trick where you're like,
Yep.
I'm going to spend 8 or 9 minutes on D3,
Yep.
you know, as if I'm saying, I'm just going to YOLO it here,
Right.
pretending you're doing a YOLO. And then
Mm-hmm.
actually you have some idea
Yeah.
of what's going to go down in this variation.
Sure. I mean, you could specifically have a line you're planning to play. You know it's not good, but there's some unfindable move for white.
Right. Right.
You want to see an Esserman blitz game in this line, Jesse?
Sure, bud.
The master of this. It goes
Uh-huh.
knight a7, knight e5, queen b5, a4. Delayed gratification on f7.
Okay.
A4, and then his opponent played queen c5, apparently question mark, correct move for black, queen a6, a move that no human will ever play.
No, 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 they would because the idea is that you, like in that other game that we saw, that you want to plug the C4 square later.
Okay, but c5, you also control c4, but your queen's still in the game.
Right, but I think you want to have full plug with like a rook on there, you
Okay.
know.
Well, I think the real point is you don't want to allow knight takes d3, opening the d file. Maybe that is findable. Maybe that is findable. Queen a6 defending your d3 pawn.
Right.
Because after queen c5, Esserman takes on f7. I guess it's a blitz game. King d8. Misses on knight takes d3, hurting black big time.
Knight takes d3 is a hell of a move, man. The backwards move.
Yeah. The key point is that black can't move the queen to, d6 or d5 or anything. You've got every square covered. So that would be a bustarino, like game over. So that's why the queen has to be on a6. That makes clear enough sense. He plays bishop f7 check, king to d8, bishop back to b3, threatening knight f7. Black plays knight d5, blocking off the diagonal. What? That seems to allow knight f7 though.
It does.
But Esserman saves the bishop to g3. King goes to e8, trying to get out of things. Queen f3. Oh, it's just terrifying for black, of course. E6 seems necessary. Rook e1. D2, rook e2. Bishop e7. He spends his time cleaning up. Rook takes d2, getting rid of the Aji in that pawn. Rook d8, rook e1. I guess Esserman's playing this very, very calmly, huh? He's got 2 pawns for the piece, and he knows the black king can never castle. So he's just taking it easy. Rook f8. Takes on d5. Takes back with the pawn. Maybe better to trade rooks. Who knows? Esserman now just takes the pawn, so it doesn't really matter, I guess. Rook d5, rook d5. That's 3 pawns. Queen c8, Cecchino, g6, queen h7. That's 4 pawns. He seems to like the idea of just collecting pawns until the player who's down a piece can win the endgame. Knight c6, h3. Man, he plays it very, very calm. Then he trades more pieces. Knight takes c6, rook e5, queen f6. Maybe he'll go queen h4 here. Queen h6, rook h8. Just re-centralizes the queen. King f7, a5. Looks like Esserman's a bit better.
Well, rook e8 was a terrible move. Anyways,
yeah.
Dude played knight e5. He did think about it for a little bit. So he could have played, bishop f7 is much weaker. And now we're going to see Serrano. I think here's going to be our test case. Like, does he know this position? If you know it, you're going to do it pretty quick. And so queen b5 is the most natural move, but queen d6, it offers some questions.
Yeah. From a human perspective, folks, I really think this requires some real bravery from Jose Martinez. Some real Mouloons.
I'm thinking, by the way, on queen d6, that queen f3 is probably a pretty strong move.
You would think some move defending the bishop. It could be bishop g3 as well, but why not queen f3?
And then I guess e6 is the main question. No, but e6, I'll just play knight f7. Goodbye. What are we talking about?
Yeah.
Well, but okay, time out. There could be some variation where black gives up the queen and tries to live, but that one
they have to not lose the bishop on f5 though, right? So like queen f4,
exactly.
Queen f4, king f7, queen f5 is not it.
Exactly. Yeah.
And similarly, king f7, bishop d6, queen f5 is not it. So I think you're right that knight f7 just knocks him out right here. One thing to mention about the Esserman game, Jesse, is that Esserman is like an expert on those lines and those positions, right? It's 100% his style. He's prepared and all that. And that game was marked just full red by Lichess. Like every move for white and black was a mistake in that whole thing I showed you. It gives you a sense for like the flow of a human game in the line, right? Oh my gosh, Serrano played pretty quickly. Oof, he might be in prep, Jesse. And if you were Jose Martinez, you would sniff that you might be in your opponent's prep.
Yeah, that D3 thing might have been a real... Yeah.
Which requires so much bravery. All
right, so queen B5, no queen D6.
Yeah.
Now, the good news for Jose, though, is a lot of these moves, you can think about it and be process of elimination and be like, well, that's got to be my move. And similarly here, well, actually, there's the A4 move, which is maybe a clever move. Mm-hmm. So here we do need to think. We have A4 and we have knight F7.
And bishop F7, but we've got 45 minutes at move 14. So I just want to say, for people who are thinking like, oh, this is a bad line for black, oh, Serrano's blundering or whatever, I suspect we're seeing very, and I can't be sure yet, but I suspect we're seeing very evil prep, where he's taking a huge risk, but forcing the game into something that he thinks gives him chances to win with black, right? So when you say Serrano's going down in flames, no. Like, it's, Fedoseev eventually did go down in flames, but remember Fedoseev's game against...
I was just thinking about that,
with the Cry Gambit, right?
Yeah.
Serrano's taking a calculated extreme risk, but you need to understand, if you're Martinez, you don't know it's good for white. You're under a huge amount of pressure here, as you realize your opponent has suckered you into some kind of preparation of theirs. For all you know, the position's worse for you.
Well, let's do some human analysis here, bro. So, I think A4 is... Okay, to play A4, I think a couple considerations will cross your mind. One is that the queen doesn't have any meaningfully better moves after she's kind of already on a good square. So we might as well tap her, right?
Yes.
Number two is we want the pawns closer to the edge of the board, because it might well turn into that kind of shit later. Excuse me, that kind of thing later on. I think the detail of A4, Queen C5, Bishop F7, Knight D3, you might miss that because that's a backwards move and that's very hard to find.
Yeah, I think A4 is a move that a human has a very good chance of finding. I don't know if it's the best move, but it's a move that I would likely play. There's a lot of Sicilians where you throw in this A4 move in your attacks. It improves your rook scope. It bops the queen from a precarious square. To me, it's very clear that it's probably good.
All right, so let's do this. I will defend black's honor. Okay. So A4, I'll go queen A6. I do feel that that's natural. I'm holding the D3, holding C4.
Okay.
At some point, I'm going to play knight C4.
Okay, now one move I've been thinking about here, Jesse, in addition to knight F7 and bishop F7, was queen H5.
Oh my gosh, okay.
My point is against either G6 or bishop G6 to then take on F7 with the bishop and then take on G6.
Okay, well, I don't really see anything better than G6.
Okay. So then I go bishop F7.
King D8's forced.
King D8, and then bishop takes G6.
Okay, what a mess.
You could take with the H pawn now, as well as a thought.
Well, if I'm going to do this, I want your knight, though, so you don't mate me.
Yeah, it depends how you feel. Because your bishop's also holding back the tide on the D file, right? So I'm just saying you've got the choice to take either way.
All right, let me just try the bishop.
Okay. Knight takes.
I guess pawn takes.
Takes, probably. Queen takes rook.
King E8. So if we just pause here for a second, Mr. Bruce,
Mhm.
I want to say we could go deeper, but couldn't White stop here and be like, well, this has got to be great for me?
Let me see. It's 2 pawns and a rook against 2 knights,
And the king is permanently host.
and the king looks pretty bad. So it certainly feels playable from White's perspective.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, so let's go back and let's try to see if I can improve that somehow. So queen a6, queen h5. It's a real like it's rare you get it's not rare you get two pieces on f7, but three pieces on f7. Take it easy, bro.
So, Lasse Sundeskog and Chess Lover, you might be biased by the fact that you've seen a prepared white player go up against unprepared black players hundreds of times. But here you've got an unprepared white player going up against a prepared black player. The position's
All right, Mr.
equally
Bruce,
sharp, and it can be just as disastrous the other way around.
yeah. Let me play bishop g6 and see your other variation because you
Okay.
want bishop f7 there, right?
Bishop f7, yeah.
All right, bishop takes.
Queen.
Now, I guess we just want to point out that on knight h7, I have g6, so queen takes is forced, king d8.
Mm-hmm. Rook fd1. I could do
Queen
many
e6
things,
might also be the end of me, but all right, let's go rook fd1. That looks Gover, brother. That looks like Grover.
Yeah.
Good. Well, that wasn't too hard. That wasn't too hard. I think queen h5 might be a good move, buddy.
Francois and Patrick, the reason I didn't go queen g8 or bishop h6 in the final position, that other line, was that black had knight d7, defending f8 and g6, and there was not an obvious follow-up.
No, I think that's a really good. Wow, that's a problemito and casito for sure.
Yeah.
Well, dude, oh, man. Okay, so Jose could well be a victim of time pressure here.
Mm-hmm.
It's not hard to say also that the Sam game is probably also going to be in time pressure. Rapport's already down to 43 minutes. And actually, Dave, we got some moves there.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe just check it out.
Yeah,
So
after Shankland's h5, rapport traded. Now, the horrendous 2100 game you mentioned was rook c1
right.
and bishop d7 and rook fd1, and white was just ahead a million tempi. Here, I don't know exactly why, but rapport played a simpler move, knight e6, just saying the bishop pair is enough for me right here.
Mm-hmm.
And then queen g5, which we have to figure out what the point was. But at least compared to that other game, Shankland's not behind in development and tempo. It's not like a complete hosing, it's just a bishop pair.
Yeah, and it looks like Sam is banking on the fact that someday knight d4 is going to be really annoying.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So, oh man. It still looks like you say to yourself, White's gotta be better in this position. But
Yeah.
it's at least a little complicated.
I mean, you got this angry Catalan bishop,
Yeah,
his
exactly.
second in command on f4, and Sam's queenside is just being vacated.
Yeah. So like one of the rooks to d1, it's got to be a thing here. So rook ad1 played. By the way, I think the reason for rook ad1 over the more natural rook fd1 is that on knight d4, I want to play e3, and I don't want to think about knight c2. So a drama for white here is that at some point I'm gonna probably need to play e3, and I don't want my bishop on f4 to be laid out. to have no spots to go to.
Mm-hmm.
So the question I think is just how bad is it? It's bad, but how bad is it?
Yeah.
One tricky idea for Sam might be knight d4 and if e3, knight f5, threatening bishop h6.
That seems like a big deal because the queen is pretty stuck.
Yeah.
Right? So let's go back to knight d4 for a second.
Yeah. And so even if rook fe1 or something, still knight f5 looks like a hell of a drug.
Maybe then e4?
Okay, but in general, that's not strategically what we want
Sure.
because we just block the bishop and we let the knight live there for free.
It might just work specifically. Okay, here's a move. Queen a5 after knight d4. New candidate.
That's a reasonable attempt, yeah.
Oh no, you can go knight e2, knight e2, rook d1.
Yep, that's no good.
Then rook d1, queen e2, rook e1, queen b2. And I'm not afraid I'm going to lose with white, but I'm afraid I'm going to get everything liquidated.
Right. Okay, yeah. So I think rook, yeah, it's like basically the way to put it is like Sam's position is nasty, but he's got one resource, one piece to pirouette with where he wants to claim he's got enough juice.
Yeah, and he's played knight d4 in 3.5 minutes. Still seems.
And I was also
Okay.
thinking maybe bishop e3, but on bishop e3, there's knight g4, I think.
I would agree with that move.
Now, queen e5 is the other thing to cross a person's mind, but I'm almost afraid of queen c4 there.
Mhm.
And again, knight g4 stuff and yada yada.
What do you think of knight d4, bishop b7?
Okay, that's a thought. All right, so the first question is knight f5, how do you get out?
Okay.
Maybe then your e4 move.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. By the way, if that's the case, if e4 saves us from knight f5s, then that frees us up to do other things.
Right, a lot of candidate moves. I'll throw out one other candidate move, Jesse, after knight d4. A simpleton's move might be queen e5.
Well, I mentioned that, Mr. Bruce, when you weren't listening.
Oh, sorry.
What's that? Queen c4 looks really painful.
Queen
Or hard
c4
to
is
meet.
painful. Oh. Huh. What's painful?
Well, I don't know. It just feels like it's going to be hard for white to prove something when I got knight g4 in the air, and then what do you do?
I guess my first thought would be to take your pawn on e7.
Okay. All right, I'm not sure, but let's say rook d7.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Queen a3.
And then if nothing else, I'll play knight e2,
Yeah.
knight e2, and your variation, rook d1, queen e2. Maybe you could claim you have something with bishop f3 at the end.
Yeah, that's a
I
claim
kind of
I'm ready to make.
I kind of doubt it though. I'll just go queen c. Actually, queen c2, you got rook c1. The magic continues.
I don't know if it's magic. We've got an open board. I've got the jump with my rook, my bishop pair. Bishop
Okay.
g7's blocked in.
Okay,
Knight
I just
can't
want to
go into the
say
center.
I didn't believe it
Yeah.
with queen e5. But that's a thought, yeah. It's a very okay, let's just say this. After this knight d4 move, it's a very if white wants to win this game, it's a very technical position.
Mm-hmm.
I want to say, Mr. Bruce, queen e5 maybe. I'm most drawn. If it's true that knight f5 is not going to kill me,
Mm-hmm.
then I'm really interested in bishop b7.
Okay. Yeah. I'm going to mention one tiny thing, Jesse. Rook e1. Somebody asked why e3 instead of rook e1 a long time ago. And I've just noticed that against rook fe1, black can play knight e2 check anyway, using the rook takes d1 trick.
Oh, yeah, that's pretty good.
So I think our candidate moves right now, the big ones to me are bishop b7 and queen e5, honestly. I'm not pumped on playing e3, knight f5. That doesn't... I mean, I understand it's one of my options. I'm not saying it's not a candidate move.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, like, my normal thought process in a position like this is to prioritize the moves which I think have the biggest chance of being the right move. And so e3 is more of a fallback move than a move that I would be analyzing.
Totally fair, right?
My ideal move is bishop b7. My simpleton move is queen e5.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, I've been playing a lot of simpleton chess lately, Jesse.
Good for you, David. Good for you. All right, so let's look at this bishop b7. The main variation I think to consider is then knight e2, uh, knight e2, and now you need to decide. Okay, let's try just queen e2 directly first.
Yeah.
And it looks like black is getting enough.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that looks fine, actually, doesn't it?
Yeah, that looks pretty fine.
Okay, so let's discard bishop b7.
Oof. Into the dustbin of history already. One little
So
variation.
we got queen e5 and maybe some other fancy thing.
Mm-hmm.
Queen e5, you gotta really have eliminated all your other moves before you play that one because it doesn't look like it's gonna be a champion.
To me, it looks like it will be a champion. It's like
All
we're
right, all right.
defending the main threat on e2 and the problem of our queen from h4, right? I mean, he's prioritized queen g5, next queen e5. Get that girl back into the ball.
Get that girl back into the ball. Okay, so queen c4.
My kids were watching something about Cinderella yesterday. You know.
Okay.
So queen c4, I took on e7. I took it upon myself to take out that pawn. I liked your rook d7 because, you know, if you go rook fe8 and I go queen b7, it feels like I'm just taking too many pawns.
Yeah.
And my queen feels very free. Everything feels free. I feel breezy.
Oh, he's feeling breezy, everybody. Watch out. Okay. All right, rook d7, queen a3. Let's see if we have any magic here.
Yeah, she's awkward there for a moment. Maybe you've got something more exciting than taking
Let's try rook fd8, threatening knight e2 for real.
There we go.
If I was white, I would not like this look. Ugh.
All right. I have an essentially insane move to try here. Bishop f3.
That is insane. Also, David, you have rook d2, maybe?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I didn't say this was my only move. I just starting with something insane.
Bishop f3.
You know, maybe you can play very, very simple, Mr. Pimple. You trade on f3. You trade on d1 twice.
Mm-hmm.
And then you put the knight on d5. And
Yeah,
you
good.
say, what, right? You just, you're big. All you guys are big.
My guys are big, yeah. Let's try rook d2 then.
Okay.
It's at least not completely obvious to me what black does.
Yeah. My sense is maybe knight f3 check going for opposite colored bishops. We got to move, and it's queen
Queen e5, bro. You're a GM today.
Yeah. I mean, okay.
Okay, we have people are talking to us about Yospim. Let's go look at that maybe briefly here, bro.
All
right. Queen b5. He missed David Bruce's move, which looked very good. He spent 16 minutes on bishop f7. He's down to 30 minutes, and he just went back to b3.
Yeah. He just said, what are you going to do about knight f7? Play king e8? Like, what are you going to do, man? What are you going to do? I mean, it doesn't look bad either, right? I mean, I like a4, but...
And of course, like, it's of course great that he has draw odds. Like, it might even be best play for black to just go back and forth.
Mm-hmm. That wouldn't be good prep by Serrano. If black could just force a draw here. That would not be the best.
We only have one game with bishop f7, king d8, and then bishop b3 is a novelty.
Mm-hmm.
So we were really in chump games there. So I think, though, this is very clever, I think, because I think he is saying, I'm going to draw this thing.
Well, are there no moves to avoid knight f7? That's a little quick.
Okay, so let's try bishop g6.
King e8 played. Holy moly. King e8 just got played, Jesse. But yeah, okay. What other move do we have? Knight bishop g6, you said?
He can still, he can still just go king e8 once.
Yeah, for sure. But that only helps Yospim, who's low on time. So it's a little weird. But okay. Bishop g6, you said?
Mm-hmm.
Bishop f7, king d8 played. Always repeat when you're ahead by 1 point in a 2-game match.
Actually, one nice thing about, well, we could definitely also then play a4, Mr. Bruce, after bishop g6.
You could play what there? a4?
a4.
Yeah, for sure. a4, queen a6.
And then,
wow. King e8's been played a second time by Serrano.
Wow, dude, okay. You'd think you would just gamble it anyway.
So Yospim could take the match here with bishop f7, or he could try to crank the dude, which is what I'm voting for. Which is what I'm voting for. I mean, you could play a4, queen a6, queen h5 check here, right, Jesse? I mean, come on. It's a good position. You could play a4, queen a6, rook e1. I mean, this is your moment. Own it. He's probably going to play bishop f7 in advance. I mean, it's a knockout tournament. I might play bishop f7, but I mean, he did beat Noterbeck 2-0, right? I mean, it's not like unheard of for people to play out their games here.
He's thinking, the camera's on him. He's thinking about it.
Yeah.
No, just take it, bro. Don't be a Proust. You don't need to be a Proust,
You
dude.
don't need to be, but it feels so bad. I mean,
All of
good.
Latin
I mean,
America
bad.
wants you to play Bishop F7 here, buddy.
No, they want him to 2-0 the guy.
No, they don't. They want him. They want him to. Don't do it, buddy.
Wanting a draw by
Don't do it.
repetition is like wanting to watch a football game that scored 0-0.
You want to win, buddy. He's really thinking on it.
Yeah.
Mm. I wouldn't have been able to avoid just making Bishop F7. Yeah. So he's closing his eyes a little bit. I mean, it's just the release of all the pressure, dude. The second you play Bishop F7, and then you get to tie-break rest day to get ready for the next one. It looks like he's calling for the draw.
He called over the arbiters.
Yeah, he called the arbiter.
Making the claim. All right. Making the claim. Bishop F7 on the DGT board. Let's go back to Rapport and Shankland. Shankland quickly played Queen B6. Man, is he playing fast, Jesse, in this match. Shanky Panky, twice as much time as Rapport. Quick Queen B6, preparing Queen B2 or Knight to G4 or Knight to somewhere. Rapport was ready, E3. What's happening on Queen B2? Rook D4. Rook D4.
Okay, I'm hoping that Sam thinks about this because it's a little bit of a moment. By the way, just optically, it looks to me that Knight E6 is fine for black here.
Knight E6, huh?
Yeah.
Just a simple move saying like, okay. Bishop pair.
Bishop pair, and I don't have to take the thing anytime soon. You got all kinds of problems to be thinking about. Like your bishop might still get hosed with a G5 at some point.
Mm-hmm. Oh, you got to try to win if you get a position like that. Knight A7, Knight E5. You don't get those positions every day, Jose. You're not going to be 2,700 if you don't convert your fun positions. You don't even try to convert them. No. Also, you're denying yourself fun. The point of like being alive is to be in this position as white in a tournament, Jesse, against a good opponent. That's like the point of living. The point of living has nothing to do with like I got to round 5 versus round 4 in some tournament.
Oh no, it's about being to round 5.
You're below a footnote in history. The point of being alive is to live your life.
Let me tell you about something about being alive. The part of the point of being alive is staying alive, Mr. Bruce. That's part of the
No,
point
it's not enough to just stay alive. You have to live while you're alive.
The point is to stay alive, Mr. Bruce.
I'm convinced of my own perspective here.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So, amazing game. One of the great storylines continues.
The point of life, by the way, folks, is also not about $7,000. And, if he keeps playing, there's still a good chance he'll get his $7,000 as well. So
what's the deal with the $7,000?
It's probably the difference between getting knocked out in the 4th round and the 5th round.
Okay. One thing I'm confused about is when I go to the results page on chess.com, it only gives me the first 3 rounds. It doesn't show me beyond that, so it really pisses me off. Is there a place you're going to see the brackets?
On chess.com, it doesn't
or anywhere. I mean, there's a chess.com, it doesn't work for me. Do you have the same problem?
I'm looking at the bracket in the thing that we did with Kostya, that's where I'm looking.
The Chalong. I haven't been able to make that work for me, but I guess I can look for Chalong. I can't log in, basically. It won't let me log in. Okay, Chalong.
Apparently, the official World Cup 2025 FIDE site, Jesse, also has the bracket on it. So let's put DePesky's message back up here. Thank you, DePesky, and sorry about our pesky Moobot police and everything. Doesn't matter if you get to the candidates either, SB McManus. If you deserve to be in the candidates, it's because you can win a position like this one here, or at least draw it. And if you don't deserve to be in the candidates, then what's the point of getting there? And, what did that do for Nijat Abbasov's career? Is he pumped
Mr.
about,
Bruce.
about the fact that he stayed alive in the World Cup 2 years ago? Nobody cares.
So, Jose's gonna play either Hari Krishna or Grandelius, dude. So he's gonna play the winner of that one, and
He'll have to wait
both
till
of
tomorrow
those
to
guys
find
are
out,
eminently
perhaps.
beatable, dude. Eminently beatable. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, Hari Krishna's past his prime, bro. Maybe arguably both those guys. I mean, great players, but dude's 39. He's an ancient man. Grandelius. He's only 32.
Yeah.
You think about a guy like Grandelius, you basically 32, you're growing up in the Magnus generation, bummer, man. You're not, it's like, you're down there, and you're from Sweden too. So you're just getting nailed by Norway all the time.
Shankland game, 96, queen b5. I noticed, Jesse, that you did not respond to my point that Nijat Abbasov stayed alive and that it was of no value to him.
It was, dude. People in the kind of, at least they know. I mean, if you're going to put it that way, then there's no point in this whole tournament. The point of the tournament is to qualify. That's what we're trying to do.
No,
okay?
The point of any chess tournament is to play chess. Who wins
Okay,
at
my
the
friends,
end is
we
just
have
extra stakes put on top of it. But the point is to play chess.
All right. So 96, queen b5, queen takes. I think Sam is fine. That is my take on this position, that Sam is fine.
He's got 2 pawns hanging. What do you see happening here?
Probably a6. Like, I mean, just as a default reaction, it would be a6, knight c3, b5, or knight takes f4 thrown in there. But it's definitely time for you to think, Sam. Okay? Let's slow it down, buddy.
No, he did not. He played a6 in 30 seconds.
He heard me. He heard me.
Is knight d5 insane? It looks pretty insane to me because white's got it covered with the pieces. What's the variation?
Wait, what are you talking about?
Somebody in chat asked if knight d5 was insane, and it looks like it's hanging a knight. So,
oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, I think.
Okay, so let's talk the obvious things. If we're going to believe that white has a little bit of something here, it's because when black plays something, when moves the b pawn, that the light square bishop, even if we lose the one on f4, is going to be talking to those pawns. And further, when I'm assuming knight c3 is going to come, it's a little difficult to unravel the knight f6, bishop g7 situation.
Right. I'd say the main problem for black is really this knight on f6 blocking the bishop. Like, that knight needs a better square.
Exactamundo, yeah. So, all right, let's see if we can find. My first thought was that black should be fine, but now I'm feeling a little worried. So let's play knight c3 first. And David, let me first try knight f4. And you can take both ways. They're
I'll
both
take
legit.
with the e-pawn for you.
All right, e-pawn.
I'll make it easy for you.
Can I sit with b6? That's my question.
b6, yeah. I was thinking b5 because you could play b4 if you get the chance, but
I was worried about bishop, like a later bishop b7, but if b6 doesn't work, then I'm going to come back to b5. Maybe I should play. But I was just looking at this b6 position. I was like, maybe it's not so easy for you to actually hurt me.
Right. Like, how does white hurt you? Obviously, you're struggling to make your stuff look good, but how does white hurt you?
My next move might be e6 or something. Or even rook d1 and some kind of rook move away.
All right. So maybe I've got a little thought here to play rook fe1.
Okay, and I'm going to just play the natural move to show you. You can show me your intention. e6.
E6. Fine. That didn't really help me any. All right.
Not so easy.
I'll play knight a4.
Okay, I'm not certain, but I want to try knight d7.
Knight where?
d7.
Okay. Well, now I'm glad I played rook e1. Look at that.
Why are you glad you played rook d1?
A rook e1 because now I have rook d6, which I didn't have otherwise.
But on rook d6, I have knight c5.
I know you do.
Okay.
That's why I didn't play it. I'm calculating, but I'm glad that I've got the square available. It's helpful for me.
In general, I would say black wants the pawns on the light squares. I was unfortunate that I had to play b6. I still might go for b5, but I did b6 first. Well, white needs something special in these positions. Okay, so actually, while David is thinking, I want to say you can see that in positions like this, the kind of thing that he is calculating, rapport is, that white needs something special. And searching for that special is going to take time. And he's down to 27 minutes. And although we're critiquing Sam for moving too fast,
Well, you're
rapport
critiquing
really
Sam.
risks moving too slow.
I didn't critique Sam for the time usage. If he's confident he's playing the right moves, then it's fine to put some time pressure on the opponent.
Level, I don't know. Confidence, okay.
All right, b4.
b5.
I'm done thinking. b5, knight c5.
So that was kind of clever.
I know, thank you.
So Mr. Bruce wants a big fatty pawn. It's not a bad idea.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's an annoying touch.
That was unpleasant,
okay.
right? The coconuts felt it, but rapport did not even play knight c3, Jesse.
Knight d4.
Knight d4. On the surface, this might allow Sam to trade on f4 and play knight d5, solving the g7.
Yeah, somebody mentioned that in chat earlier, that knight d5 would solve all of the problems. Well, let's do the obvious first, Mr. Bruce. Knight f4.
Yep.
I don't know. EF, GF, which one do you like?
I don't even know which he's doing here. I don't know his plan.
In any case, let's call it, the question for us is, what's wrong with knight d5 after all this stuff?
Right. Could it maybe be knight f5?
Maybe f5 itself right there.
What? f5 with the pawn?
Yeah, with the pawn.
Nah. Maybe. Okay.
Actually, David, let me try to defend his honor. I want to play gf4.
Okay.
And then if you play knight d5, I'm interested in f5.
Okay.
Knight takes f4 played, by the way. trying to weaken your light squares.
Yep.
Maybe you just push past and play g5. I don't know. Doesn't seem anything wrong with g5.
Yeah. I don't like weakening e6.
Oh, I'm a GM today. GF4.
Well done on the recapture, Jesse. All right, I'll push past g5 like you said.
Okay, by the way, I'm looking at it. I'm not really seeing actually another plausible move for black besides knight d5 and arguably just much safer is rook d7.
It's a very simple move. Very simple
But
move.
maybe white's intention there too is f5. A little hard for me to say. So black, please think, Sam. Please think. You got you got two plausible moves, buddy.
You can't take your 7,000 to the grave, and you can't take your extra hour on the clock to the grave. But Sam just
All right,
keeps
47 seconds played, and he played rook d7.
Yeah.
So I'm going to give myself a mild GM for the day on rook d7.
Yeah, I like that.
All right, so the claim is that we have absolutely zero problems.
Absolutely nothing.
And if knight b, maybe knight b, if knight b3, then I think b6 after knight b3.
Why not just double rooks? Oh, because knight c5.
You could consider doubling rooks for sure.
Yeah, I don't care. I'll double.
Okay.
I just don't care.
So actually, this is looking just completely fine for the swine, as they say.
Yepovich.
From a distance, you might have said, well, my unopposed bishop is so amazing on the light squares.
No.
And that the knight on f6 can't do much. But unfortunately, if white can't do anything right now, black is just going to build easily with moves like rook f d8 and e6.
Yeah. Yeah, Shanky did it. Shanky did it. He solved the opening.
Well, hold on. Give Rapport a chance, buddy. Give Rapport a chance. He still needs to find an idea here.
Right. I'm just saying he would have to outplay Sam in this sort of semi middle game end game thing. Sam solved the opening successfully.
All right. Okay.
My evaluation is, full equality at this point. So Sam did a great job of the opening. Yeah, f5 is an interesting move, Nebula, as suggested by Jesse, and Jesse also came up with the answer to it with g5. Very important, just leaving the f7 pawn to cover the most important weakness at e6.
Yeah, I think, okay.
Well, I will say it's possible that another answer to f5 here could be rook to f to d8. And if you play fg, then just e5 immediately.
Very true, yeah. Very true.
And you could be hosed as white, or, scrambling to stay alive with some version of, gf, king f7, bishop h3, ed4, bishop d7.
Right, and just in general, the whole thing with f5 should be said, though, that you don't, unless I get to take on g6, I don't want to do it because I'm putting another pawn on the light squares. And I do not want to put pawns on the light squares with my bishop on g2. So David thinks it's a quality. It might be, but I'm going to go ahead and say Richard is going to do something creative here. And he's got a minute to move. I think a move was played. Knight b3. I'm a GM today. And Um, the question would be, I was looking at this. So after Rook FD8, Mr. Bruce,
Yeah.
White has a couple ways to achieve Knight C5 and Knight A5. So let me try to defend his honor. I'm going to take once on D7.
But any version of knight a5 or knight c5, obviously Jesse knows I'm going to put a rook on d2.
Okay, but let me defend his honor. So I got Rook C1.
Mm-hmm.
After Rook D7, Rook D7.
Okay. Knight g4, you've got h3. But you are also giving me time for b6 again here if I want it.
Mm-hmm. So the claim is White's bishop is just a little bit more better, and you do have you have to fix the knight. One problem for me though is I can't play Rook out yet until I fix my back rank. So if I have a move for White, it might actually be H3 here.
Mm-hmm.
If it was my move, I might play even H3.
Okay, maybe I'll just play e6 here while waiting around.
All right, I said I'd play H3, so I'm going to do it.
Okay. Now I will play knight d5.
All right, Rook C8 check.
Kingo bingo.
Knight C5.
Knight c5.
I got one.
No. You didn't get one.
Maybe I don't have one. I just have a very playable position.
I play rook d6.
And I got several moves there after Rook D6. I got B3, obviously Knight B7 is a thought.
Oh.
Knight B7, yeah, even Knight B7 because I have Knight D8
Okay,
if
fine.
I take on it.
Fine. I'll play rook c7.
Rook C7.
Yeah.
Okay, so Rook takes, Knight takes, Bishop B7.
Mm-hmm. Bishop b2.
And Mr. Proust is going to claim that this is a draw if I play Knight A6.
Yep.
Okay, it seems like we have a move here. What's going on? No, we don't have a move.
But we had rook fd8 from Shankland.
Oh, that's what I thought because it's his move again, but I'm not. Refresh the screen. Right, refresh.
Rook fd8 played.
Right, Rook FD8. Okay, Rook D7. Maybe I'm a GM today. Rook D7. And now I was anticipating Rook C1.
Yeah.
So basically, friends, the intention of Mr. Proust is always to Rook D2 me whenever I move the knight. So I just want to improve my pieces for a momentito before that happens.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Another cool idea after Rook C1. Oh, I'm good. Yeah. Oh, I'm good. Is that I was thinking that my next move, if Mr. Proust didn't do anything fancy, would be to play H3, but also King F1, just intending King F1 E2 is a very simple way for White to play here. So I do think Black needs something, a strong move here to hold. If it's equal, then he needs a strong move here to prove it.
Okay, how about b6?
Okay, good.
I mean, I also just held it with a different move. I think I can hold it with many moves.
Okay, so after b6, I would say my options are King F1 and H3.
Mm-hmm.
Let me start with King F1.
Okay, A5.
King E2.
E. We've got a move. E6 played. That's what I played the first time, right? Yep.
I think so, yeah. And then here we have, okay, good. So we have like I said, I think two moves for white, king f1 and h3, both make sense to me. I guess I'm like a lover. I'm falling for king f1.
Sam's really giving the, I don't care about anything you're doing treatment. Like with his deliberately fast play.
Yeah, he pulled that off yesterday. Maybe this is the influence of Arjun, right? Like Sam sees Arjun, he's like, "Yeah, this is the way you got to do it.
Yeah.
You got to work it, dude."
An interesting move for Sam, I know the moment's already passed, would have been e5 last move.
We got to move.
Yeah. Rook c8.
Rook c8 check. Oh, maybe the intention is bishop f3 next.
Or rook b8.
Or rook b8. But rook b8, you have rook d1. Isn't that really annoying?
I don't know.
Because at the minimum...
Looks okay, yeah.
Looks okay.
Looks okay.
King h7, Sam plays instantly. Yeah. All right.
Nice.
Now, I will say, Mr. Bruce, rook c8 felt very quick to me.
Mm-hmm.
Because rook d1 is kind of a hell of a drug, depending on how it goes down here.
Nebula, the reason Jesse's wanting to play h3 or king f1 is that Jesse finds rook d1 a little bit uncomfortable for white. So that's why he's sort of saying king f1 and h3.
Yeah, when that variation that me and Bruce had, whether or not I was winning or not, I really liked the king on e2. Now, he is playing bishop f3, so he's taking away d1. This is his conception.
Mm-hmm.
So the counterplay, the claim is the counterplay is over, and now it's my turn. Now it's my turn. And yeah, this could be uncomfortable.
It's okay. It's okay. So I'll Contra's game, I'll close down. Let's see if Wojtaszek has any chances against Aronian.
Wait a second, Mr. Bruce. What do you mean? It's okay. Play a move. I don't know if it's okay. I think you're going to get the business.
Okay. I'm just going to look over here at this other board for a second. Whoa.
Nebula likes bishop f3 too.
Looks like Aronian might be winning again. Unnecessarily, yet how lovely.
Those are some big fatty pawns he's got.
Yeah. And one of them, or both of them, are extra pawns. That's insane. He just crushed him.
Well, I guess knight h6 is coming here or something, though, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Wait, he's down a rook.
Well, that's no good.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
He's down a rook.
He's got an extra pawn against a full rook, Jesse. What?
This is why people want us to turn on the computer.
What? He's missing a whole rook?
Where'd your rook go, bruv?
So he's just getting destroyed? So he offered an exchange sack around move 18 for the pawn. That made sense. White didn't take it. Played knight f5, e5. And he left the knight hanging too. White took his rook. White took his knight. He's just recapturing. So white could trade... Well, oh my God, Jesse. An entire rook. Just missing.
All right, bro. Get yourself ready. Defend Sam's honor after bishop f3.
Okay. Would you say that Wojtaszek's gonna win this game?
I
And
guess.
equalize the match against
I
Levon?
guess. Wojtaszek, dude, that guy's. I think he's the oldest at the tournament at the moment. He's the last ancient dude left.
He's older than Levon.
Let's look. I feel like I just heard his. No, he's not. He's 38.
Aronyan's in his 40s, right? 42 maybe.
Mm-hmm.
I would guess. All right, Shankland plays knight to d5.
So very similar to the variation me and you had.
Right, we had the same position, but maybe with h3 instead of bishop f3.
Right, with a king on e2, I think, or something.
Well, the first time around when I played e6, knight d5, I think you weren't yet playing king f1, e2.
Oh, okay.
But, I mean, yeah, obviously you could have played king f1 or something.
So, my friends, I think the key variation is still the same idea, where I would like to play knight c5 here. And first of all, do I have another? I don't think I have another choice besides knight c5 here.
Well, you could always creep king f1, e2, but I guess bishop b2 is going to come and reduce your...
No, I'll be totally reduced. I don't want to get reduced.
Winning stuff.
Knight c5 played. I think, however we want to evaluate it, that's my only try.
Okay.
And Mr. Proust wanted to bail into a opposite colored bishop sending that he felt completely fine about. I was less immediately convinced. So, rook c7, knight c7, and now I want to pause. So I was thinking about this position. If b3, then b5, and it might be difficult for me to prove my valor.
b5 or b6 or anything, right? I mean...
Right. Okay. So the key variation would be to say bishop b7, bishop a3, and now knight a6.
Yeah, you can't go bishop a6, bishop a3, right? So
exactly.
For anyone wondering, he's got to go to the pure opposite colored bishops. Black will trade. Play bishop a3.
And the question is this completely drawn, or does white have chances to create drama?
Yeah, the answer is it's completely drawn. Sam, by the way, played rook c7 in seconds as well. Rooks were traded on c7.
Okay, so wait a second. Before we address this little tiny controversy, there's nothing else for me to do as white, though, right? Because rook c7, that definitely forces rook takes.
Yeah,
snip.
These rooks and knights are hanging.
And now if I don't play bishop snip,
then you don't have snap.
I don't have snap.
b3 was played by report.
Okay.
But Jesse, this game is a draw. We should be moving to another game.
Okay. I'm almost ready. I'm almost ready to, give up the ghost. Just give me a second here. Because rapport, honestly, let me put it this way. If I didn't have an idea with b3, I wouldn't play it so fast. I would much rather at least make the guy suffer a pawn down in that ending.
Yeah. Just let the viewers know there's some hope that we will switch games.
I'm just trying to imagine what is his idea. He's got some idea. I'm not seeing it. I'm going to admit it, but he's got some idea. Maybe it's that your king, maybe it's right, like a broader claim about your pieces being poor. All right, b5 played. So for example, Mr. Proust, if I play king f1, can't I claim that I will soon have a king playing and you will not?
You can. Basically, the problem is, Jesse, we've got the chilling effect of the opposite colored bishops, right? They're giving they're making it a very, very wide, very, very narrow goalpost for white to score, right? White needs like a huge advantage to
I am
win with
I
these
have a
guys.
lot of problems the way people talk about the bishops of opposite color.
Okay.
Um, I would say if the knights come off, like in that other position,
Mm-hmm.
then for sure. But now everything's still up in the air. Like if you play knight d5, I'm gonna take and claim I got something.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
You know. So actually, I want to say I think b3 is a very good move, even if we decide that this is a technically equal position. Um, and the grief that I'm seeing for black, as I said, is it's hard for the knight needs work to improve itself unless it boldly goes through d5.
Mm-hmm.
And the king needs to fix its junk as well.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not immediately obvious how it does it. Maybe king h6 and g5, you know.
Yeah.
Okay, we can leave if you want.
Yeah.
I'll keep it open.
Yeah. I'm not saying nothing can happen. I'm just saying, the odds of something happening are at a fairly lower percentile, so the fans are not going to be riveted to this game at this point.
How about we just cruise through the other games and give a lightning assessment?
I would love that. So we'll start
So
with
maybe
Wojtaszek, who's traded queens, and then played
okay.
bishop e1 to stop knight c3.
God, there's still we're in round gazillion and there's still so many games.
Yeah.
Um,
So our first impression is going to be that Wojtaszek wins.
and then that will just take us to evil tie breaks.
Yeah. Evil tie breaks.
Yeah, looks like it's very hard to prove anything there for black.
Yeah.
Can't imagine it, honestly. Okay, we're going to call that winning.
Okay.
We also have a result with Prague winning.
Oh my God. Prague won?
Mm-hmm.
All right, let me see it. So we saw this opening, folks. This was
Wait a second. Am I in the right round?
sick.
Oh, no, no, no. I'm in the wrong round, bro. I'm in the
C3.
wrong round, Cry. Sorry. Sorry, buddy.
It's okay.
There's so many games, bro. So can we do this? Can we just start at the
Oh,
top, Mr. Bruce? That would be so much easier.
sure.
Like, let's
Yeah,
start with Svana against Sargisian.
yeah. Sure. Yeah.
So I'm going to go ahead and say that white looks great,
Yeah.
but it might not be so easy for a Mr. Bambisi.
Right. The white bishop's not amazing, but that queen position, you just can't get her out. It's very powerful. Very powerful, and you might have to concede a passed pawn to deal with the rook. Yeah.
And
Tough,
this
tough
last move,
spot.
h6, is a little surprising because you would expect to see knight f6.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know what the idea of h6 is.
Mm-hmm.
He's gonna have to, maybe someday he wants to play knight g3. I don't know.
Maybe he wants to play rook c5 and then queen a1 check, queen takes b2. But it seems like white would queen the c pawn then. I don't know. Levon first tried to sack an exchange blowhot, and his opponent, instead of taking it, attacked him on the king side. Then he sacked a knight to avoid getting mated on the king side, and then his opponent took the rook.
Almoni Plony is shaking his head at me. I did something wrong again. What did I do, Mr. Bruce? What did I do?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know. Nebula, whether or
Okay.
not I believe you, this is the no engine stream. So whether
Yeah.
or not you're looking at an engine, don't talk about the engine in our stream. You're going to ruin it for everybody here.
And we can talk about the engine after. I looked very briefly at the Wonder game and yesterday, and there were so many positions where we were like, a Wonder must be much better or winning, and the engine was like, no, it's equal. You
Yeah.
know?
But you know what I did notice? I didn't review the whole game, Jesse, but
Mm-hmm.
Remember there was a moment where the pawn in f6 was attacked, and my basic move was rook f2 defending it, and he played something like queen h7, some complicated thing, and lost the f6 pawn?
Yeah.
Well, that was like his moment to win the game, was rook f2 defending the f pawn.
Oh, okay.
That for sure. Yeah, the engine might satisfy your curiosity, but it ruins our curiosity. Because at first, we want to sort of look at the games with human player eyes, like the players in the actual games. And then, you know, once we've worked on it ourselves, then at some point, we might go compare what the engine said tonight or tomorrow.
So to me, this Arjun Liko game looks roughly equal.
Okay,
Knight's
I'm
gonna-
on Arjun Leko now, yeah. Arjun Leko, opposite colored bishops. Ooh, don't mention them. Couple rooks on the board. Couple busted pawns. Arjun looks better to me.
Okay. I don't know why. You got knight c4 is coming. You know.
Why does it look better to me? Black's pawn structure looks worse.
No, pawns aren't people, bud. Okay, so we have a disagreement there. I think Liko's fine.
Mm-hmm.
Then we got Dubov Prague.
Yeah.
That's gonna eventually turn into a draw.
Okay. Probably.
Okay.
Rook b2.
And then we got
perhaps with the
Donchenko.
intention of b4, bishop takes b4. You know, they're good at finding the lines that get them out of the...
They know about Tauschmaschine.
Yeah.
They know.
And Prague, you know, he's like, I see you, I'll b4. There we go. That game's dead. Done. Very exciting opening, but the game is done.
So Donchenko, Bloombaum, they're, by the way, they're about to make a draw over there. They just made a draw with Dubov and Prague.
Yeah.
So Donchenko, Bluebaum, looks like Donchenko's giving Bluebaum a little bit of the business.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Knight on c5, looking nice.
This would be the end of Matthias Bluebaum. Yeah, very unpleasant.
Yeah, at first you look and you're like, well, how's white going to defend their d-pawn? And the answer is they're doing enough that they're probably not even going to defend it, right?
Yeah.
Like, we're going to get stuff like, you know, bishop f7, bishop f5. Go ahead and take d4, right? So, looks like a tough defense for Matthias. Yeah.
Yeah, looks bad.
Yeah.
Okay, that's the German board.
But it's tough.
Yeah. All right, let's go Nordberg Jr. and Pranav.
Yeah.
That's pure madness. What the hell? Oh, this is one of these Scotch game madnesses. Okay.
I don't fully see Noterbeck's compensation here.
Well, you got to believe that white has enough compensation. Okay, I'm a GM today. I was just thinking about that.
Mm-hmm. The A-pawn and all.
Interesting position. I think he's got compensation.
Okay.
There's all kinds of moves here for black.
Yeah, like queen d4.
Queen d4. I can even go queen d6. B6, I think, because I have queen e5, d6. Queen d4 looks like it blunders rook d1.
I think queen d4 blunders rook d1. Okay.
Thank you, chess lover.
Yeah. Queen C3. Rook B3. Okay. Interesting. Interesting.
We got people wanting us to look at Levon, but we're just taking a cruise around the horn here for a second before we come back to the main battle, the exciting game against Rapport and Shankland. Okay.
Yeah, Praggnanandhaa plays simple A6. You know, I was gonna say, well, maybe you just play the simple A6, and then I thought, ooh, Rook takes B4 looks interesting too, and then he just plays A6.
Oh, that's me. That's me with a reverb.
Yeah. So okay, Yakubayev working the old Kasparov-Karpov Scotch. But I'm not convinced of his position. I would slightly prefer black, just a touch.
Okay, I'll call it compensation.
Yeah.
Now, Keimer.
Keimer versus Esipenko. I think Keimer got a very good opening.
And the question is, why? What has he got after the famous knight A7?
Oh, if Queen B5, he's playing B3, so Queen trade.
Oh, I see.
Knight A7, probably black's playing Rook A8 to A2.
Well, let's just say the obvious. Keimer's better because if he wants, he can just play knight D4.
Rook C7?
Yeah, so white's better.
Why?
Because we got the isolated pawn and we got the better pieces.
It's an extra isolated pawn.
Oh shit!
He just took his e-pawn. If you look at the last
Thank
move.
you. That's important.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's why we don't, normally we don't focus just on one. We don't round the horn.
We don't go around the horn so much with Jesse. So, okay, maybe he's got knight A7 and on Rook A8, Rook B7. That would be something for white.
Yeah. I think obviously knight A7 is his main idea. Yeah. The problem is going to be liquidating here. Yeah.
Notice Keimer way behind on time.
Mm-hmm.
In this one.
Dude, yeah, and this tournament, dude, he could get knocked out today.
Sure. Yeah.
I thought he had a nice game yesterday that he wasn't able to convert on.
Yeah, I know it looks like an end game, folks, but they're only at move 21, so
yeah. They've
got a lot of moves to make to move 40.
Yeah, so he's got less than a minute to move right there.
He seems to be feeling some pressure here. I would definitely want to take that A-pawn because I'd feel, well, you just have to capture. It's a game of captures.
Should we keep going down the horn?
Yeah,
we
let's
got
keep going.
Maksudlu and Wei Yi. Looks like to me that black should comfortably hold this thing.
Yeah, it looks very comfortable for black. I mean,
okay, I'm gonna predict a draw in this one.
Pawns. I would say black's a little bit better.
Maybe, yeah.
It reminds me of your endgame variation: E4, D6, D4, Knight F6, Knight C3, E5. I feel like black can try and work white from this position.
Yeah, maybe like Rook D4 now. Thinking about Rook F4. Yeah, something like that. I still think white should hold this cup.
That's what I got on my mind. If it were a rook endgame, it would be quite dangerous for white because black could play King E6 and attack that pawn with the king. If it were a pure bishop ending, white would really have to watch out for bishop takes G4 at some point. So,
yeah,
I feel some concern for Parham.
Okay. We're starting to get some results here too. So that's Parham. We already have Jose Jose advances, bro. Then
Mm-hmm.
we got Grandelius. People have been yelling at us about this one.
Something about a pawn, right?
Something about a pawn, people are saying.
Is Grandelius winning a pawn? So I guess the candidate move is bishop takes b4. And
Mhm.
I mean, I see a pretty weird looking continuation for white to give up the bishop here and win back the pawn. It doesn't look amazing, but
So let's say black looks better in this position. There's a lot of what he's calculating is some way for white to play bishop g5 and bishop f7 or rook c4. I haven't found a way to make that work for white though. So that's why I'm saying just superficially the bishop b4 looks like it's an
well, I mean, the
advantage.
most basic variation goes bishop b4, bishop g5, king g7, bishop takes f7, king takes f7, bishop f6, king f6, rook to c4.
But that doesn't work because I have rook d1 check, king h2, bishop d6 check.
Uh-oh. Spaghetti-o. So bishop takes b4. Well, that looks really tragic for white if they can't even win back the pawn at the cost of the bishop pair. I mean, I wasn't happy about that for white. I'm even less happy just losing for nothing. What did he just do? Bishop c3, b4, weird. Knight b3, weird. Rook c1.
Don't F-bomb cry. Don't do it.
What's he on about, man?
Oh man. What the?
Well, I just don't see it, folks. Looks kind of busted.
Man.
Yeah, the rook d7 thing doesn't work for white, Patrick. Also, rook c7, bishop e7 is not good enough for white because you can't sack a piece in the endgame for one pawn. Uh-oh. I don't know what Hari's hoping for, but it looks dead. I just don't see what he's going for at all here.
All right, bro, let's continue. He did play bishop b4.
Yeah.
Then,
I don't know. To me, it looks like Hari is just dead. Just done. Gone.
bad. Then we have Lodici, the strongest player since Greco. Drew it with Sevian, so they're going tie breaks tomorrow. Then we got MVL and Grebnev. What do we think about that, bud?
Let me catch up. Lodici, Sevian, draw. Vachier and Grebnev.
I mean, gotta believe in white, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, white's got the e5 square. Bishop on a5, not sure what it's doing with its life. White's a little bit better.
Oh, yeah.
Comfortably a little bit better in the middle game and the end game. So,
yeah.
Pretty long road for black in this game. Probably not.
Okay, good.
Probably not lost. Just bad.
All right. So, I got Then we got Kartik against Liam Lee.
A Wonder and Sargissian drew their second game. So they're in tie breaks. Liam and Kartik. D5 just played.
Well,
White might be in trouble.
Well, D5 is a very principle. I mean, it's a very concrete move. And why doesn't Knight C5 yield a simple, nice position for black?
Good question. Knight C5.
But he's got some idea, obviously. I don't know what it is yet.
Maybe his move is like Queen B1 threatening A B4. No, that black could still take on A1 there.
I don't know. Okay, I have a crazy variation, Mr. Bruce. Maybe the intention. Oh, I don't like it. No, I don't like it. I was thinking Knight C5, we could maybe play AB.
Right.
But Knight C5, AB, black has Knight takes B3. Welcome to the dojo.
I mean, Queen A1 also looked winning, but Knight B3.
I had at least an idea on Queen A1, but in any case, Knight B3 ends it.
Rook A5, Knight A5, Pawn A5, Rook B5, yeah.
But let's put it this way, Mr. Bruce. White has just played D5.
Yeah.
They clearly have an idea. They could have played Bishop D2 or something if they just wanted to be a lame-o. Right?
They wanted to be a lame-o. Would that have been good enough?
I mean, any move, practically. You could have also have played A4 or something. So D5, he's got some idea on Knight C5. We just don't know what it is yet.
But I don't really believe in his business, Jesse, right? He's got the knight hanging on E2, rook hanging on A1, like unrequited tension on A3 and B4. Rook on D1, disconnected, and I just don't believe him.
Maybe my intention is on Knight C5, then I'm going to play Queen G3.
Okay. And then let's say black plays.
And by the way, while he's thinking about it, black is definitely the one who's got the nice questions to ask, because Bishop H6 might be a pawn, but it's not even threatening anything.
Right. I think I'll just play rook takes D5, honestly.
Yeah, something like that.
Then you probably you could maybe play Bishop H6 there. Yeah. Maybe.
Okay, so let's say black is better.
Yeah.
Okay. So
I just think D5 looks like a huge overstep by white. Like, you're not in position to play a move that aggressive.
And then in the Sam game, I'll finally admit it, Bruce. It's a draw, okay? It's a draw. I leave it, Mr. Bruce. Leave me alone.
Okay. Okay. I guess Sam's trying to force knight takes G6, knight takes A4, but white didn't even want to do this. Knight G6, knight A4. So to Rapport's credit, I mean, he, like Jesse, thinks that he can still work it.
I don't know. There's not a lot of work left, but
I mean, Shankland's pieces are in good squares now. The knight and the bishop.
Yeah,
least,
now
right?
he's fixed his junk.
Yeah, it's not looking easy to do much, but Rapport is stubbornly trying, and Sam continues to probably try to give him body language of like, "What don't you see, dude?" What else we got?
We got this Wojtaszek game, and we left it saying black had to be lost.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Chat was saying we were wrong, and we were a little upset at chat talking to us.
We have only one other board to look at before we get back to that. So that's Sindarov Yu Yang Yi. the one we haven't seen. It's a technical game. Let's get a quick look at it.
Definitely looks better for white. Yeah. Queen F4 or something now.
Often you'd want to mess with black's structure with H5, but then if black plays G5, those two pawns are kind of swaddling the king side with their influence. So maybe Queen F4, Queen F6.
Yeah, and it's true that we have, but black is banking on Rook C3 saving his soul.
Yeah.
Maybe Queen F4, Queen F6, Rook B1, and white's still better because we're going to get penetration. That would be the claim anyway.
At B7, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I'll say this, optically it looks a little bit better for white, but yeah, it's not clear how we deal with Rook C3 or exactly how we proceed. They're probably going to have a hectic... Well, they've got a chance of having a hectic moment here at some point, Jesse, because they're only at move 24. They've still got queens on the board, and the black king is airy.
Yeah.
So yeah, I would take white, but let's check this must-win Wojtaszek-Aronian game. So Aronian played G6, asking for some breathing room from the knight. Trades on D4. Wojtaszek doesn't go for knight D4, bishop C5, bishop F2, knight C3.
Right, plays Rook F3. And all right, let's just do body count first. All right,
Yeah.
We're down a rook, but we got 3 pawns. One of those pawns is on B2.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so here's, I guess, a way to think about it is like, first of all, it's definitely going to be, if it's true that black has, is somehow in this game, then we know that when we turn on the engine, it'll say almost every move is wrong because it's such a hard position to play.
Yeah.
But what me and Bruce both have seen in our brief spans on Earth is there are endgame study positions where the rook on B1 is so poor that like black can just keep him pinned down. So it is, I guess I can imagine it's more interesting than we first thought. Definitely this position feels, the other one felt totally lost to me, but this one feels like, okay, maybe black can do something. By the way, it's Levon, dude. Levon is the one who sacked the rook.
Yeah.
And he's the one who needs to play for the draw.
Yeah. Yeah, I think things were going badly for him, I think he was kind of trying to hang in there with some desperation, creativity.
Oh yeah, it's an amazing sequence that he played here.
Yeah.
Wow. It's a full balls on sequence. And G6 he tanked for 15 minutes. C5 92. CD4 knight rook F3. Okay. So that will be this is so complicated. Both sides, you're going to need 10 minutes a move at least. So they're going to go into time pressure too.
Yeah, they're at move 29, folks. 10 moves to play. So at the moment, they're not so bad off on the clock, right? It's just that it's going to be a difficult game. They've done fine with their time usage up to this point, right?
So tomorrow, we're going to have Sam and Rapport going to the big old tie breaks. Holy moly.
Yep.
I don't know. I feel like Rapport out of blitz chess. Am I right in that?
I don't know. Was there like a story? from the World Championship match that he and Ding were playing blitz games on Lee Chess with their opening prep?
Well, right, that's true. But they were, I mean, I don't know if they were blitz games, but they were definitely, doing practice games with that,
Yeah.
So he's not in the top in the world for blitz. I don't know how much that means. But like I feel like I haven't seen him like those blitz tournaments, the rapid tournaments, and I'm not huge following who's on
Mm-hmm.
chess.com, but I don't feel like he's up there.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah.
maybe a situation where he either doesn't like to do it or is not that good at it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he did win tie breaks against Erdomus last round, as pointed out by Sweet Blues. Rook c8 from Levon, that's the move that I had my eye on, basically saying, yeah, you don't, you could play, you don't have this knight d4 move because of rook c1. So I would expect maybe rook d3 next from Wojtaszek.
Oh yeah, no, he's doing fine. He's doing fine in rapid and blitz, dude. He's
Yeah.
doing fine. He beat Magnus in a rapid game.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. All right, David, I'm gonna get a quick little drink. I'll
Yeah.
be right back.
Cool. All right. So to my eye here, it's hard to see how white makes progress just yet. It hasn't hit my fairly short horizon. But I do feel like rook d3, so you've got this rook dd1 resource, so your rook's on d4. That move makes sense as a first move. If we just sort of don't necessarily worry about everything that's going to come, but just go move by move, makes sense to play rook d3. Other improving moves could be moving the king closer to things. I suppose we want to be ready for rook c2, knight c3, knight or bishop b4. Those are all things we want to have some kind of a plan against. Maybe with rook d3, I should calculate bishop b4 before playing rook d3. This would maybe be a key variation. Now my instinct is to give back this and play rook versus knight with a passed a pawn. Yeah, I can win that. I think. Why did he give black the pawn on d4 at this point? He must have felt that pawn takes, bishop takes, forcing his king into the corner was a little bit of a problem. But you're right. I mean, a pawn is a pawn. He gave the guy another passer. Could he not just play bishop f2? Maybe. The concern, Ivan, from White's perspective, is that this is a big move for black. So the bishop on e1, its job is to kind of keep that knight out at the moment. One of its major job. Of course, there are situations where you could abandon the job, but knight c3 looks pretty pretty problematic here. If you play this move, black might even take on a2 and then come back to c3 or b4 next. So, yeah, I don't know for sure, but that's how we got here. Rook c8, bishop d2 played. So now rook c2 makes sense. Wait, that move is weird because it seems to really walk into rook c2. Oh, he's going to play rook d3 then. Okay, okay. Okay, so rook c2, he'll then play rook d3. And then against bishop c5, he'll play king here, getting out of the way of like these moves being totally crushing. Knight here, bishop takes, pawn takes. It's not super dynamic for black. Knight c3, you can take. This point, rook f2. Black do this anyway? Let me just see. Ah, yeah, keep the knight to hold the second rank. Winning. Okay, so white can stop black there, and there's no breakthrough. Maybe this move, though. Pretty threatening. If rook d4, rook d2 recovers a piece, white can't win any of these positions up, only in exchange against the b2 pawn. That's an oopsie by me.
Oh,
You'd think there'd be an easy move at this point right here, wouldn't you? But there's not. That's weird. That is weird. d3. I could try taking the knight here. And now king f1. Okay, problemito solved. This board is dramatic right here, Glabsu. We do have Martinez Alcantara has advanced already. And other than that, we've got no other, nothing decisive going on yet in this round.
we're gonna have big tie breaks tomorrow. Yeah.
So we're going to have tons of tie breaks next round. Rook c2, rook d3 played. So in the live position here, I was just analyzing bishop b4 for Aronian. Just because, it's pretty direct and easy to calculate. Or, moderately easy to calculate. So rook d4, rook d2 was bad for white. Bishop b4, knight b4, rook a3, rook e2, rook b3.
Oh, this is interesting, man. By the way, in addition to bishop b4, there's knight c3, maybe?
Did I look at knight c3 here? No, I looked at bishop c5 and bishop b4. So you want to see knight c3?
I mean, your bishop b4 definitely also very interesting, but I was just like, this is rich. You maybe can play knight c3.
Mm-hmm. Oh, right. So the idea would be knight takes, pawn takes, bishop takes, then bishop c5. No.
Oh, I was thinking rook c1.
Then rook c1 to c3. Yeah, it's good enough.
But your bishop c5, honestly, you could throw that in, right? Yeah. Mm-hmm. So that looks promising. So there's so we've gotten rid of knight takes knight.
Okay, so bishop takes knight.
Right. So bishop takes knight. Then I was thinking I go pawn takes.
Yep, good. Knight takes.
And then again, I have bishop c5 and rook c1.
Before knight takes, there's king f1 in that position, maybe.
So set up white here and black up there.
And then black needs to defend c3.
Like king f1, yeah.
Wait,
that
they don't
knight takes,
have to defend it. Rook takes knight anyway.
Yeah, buddy.
Welcome.
There we go. Welcome to the dojo.
All right.
That's right, buddy. This is what I'm talking about. Oh yeah, so he's thinking this is a big moment for Levon. He's got knight c3 and your bishop b4 move seem like the candidates. Maybe there's some other move too, but those two look like the promising ones.
Yeah, and after rook dd1, you can play bishop d6.
Yeah. Maybe bishop e7 to play bishop g5 or something.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Then king d2, you queen on c1.
In any case, black's not losing any of that stuff.
No, definitely not losing. Okay, so bishop c3, d c3. Oh,
By the way, chess fans, remember, he just needs a draw. He does not need to win this thing.
So knight c3. Here.
Yeah, that was the one I was maybe least sure about.
All right, now.
Because when I check you on c1, you don't have to, you can just move the king.
Okay, well, yeah, we can't block with the knight because of b1. Can't block with the rook because of the knight. King f2, bishop g7.
So let's play bishop c5 check first.
Yeah.
Okay, you can.
G7.
King f1.
King f1, rook f2.
Okay. King e1.
Rook g2.
Rook g2. Okay, king d1.
White needs to push pawns.
Let's take another one, Mr. Bruce. Rook h2.
You're a greedy, greedy boy. Knight b5.
Yeah, okay. Maybe I'm terrified here. Let's do that variation again, because that seemed promising. Wait, we do have a move. We have bishop b4, your move, buddy.
Yeah. Jesse,
Okay.
Before we get to the game continuation, can I just ask you about like the very simple move that I showed here?
Okay.
Earlier? I played rook c1, check, king f2, bishop g7.
Jesse.
Before we get into bishop c5. Or...
Hold on. Right, he's asking me a question. That looks strong, yeah.
I didn't even see a next move for white there.
Mm-hmm.
Because I was going to say, you could go that position.
I don't know which one you mean, but
The number 37, the one you made.
this one.
Yeah. So there, if you were going to do something, if you still had that bishop, I would probably play rook d8 and like shrink and like
Okay.
do some sort of variation.
So the reason we're not looking, by the way, we got Fire Snap joining us here. He's got some ideas in the long variation we did, but Mr. Proust had a very simple refutation of that thing. Now, so let's recap. We didn't find anything wrong with knight c3.
Yeah.
But we didn't also, Mr. Proust, I didn't even look at bishop b4, and I know you looked at it. So what was your initial take on the breakdown of this bishop b4?
Well, initially, I'd found a successful line for white against it, which goes bishop takes b4, knight takes b4, rook takes a3, rook takes e2, rook b3, and I didn't look at knight a2 groveling, right? Just trying to get a draw.
Okay, but check this out, Mr. Proust. How about instead of, this is going to look crazy, but on rook a3, can't I play d3?
That's what I looked at. d3, rook takes b4.
No. No, d3, I move 33. So rook takes a3, no rook takes e2, just d3 immediately.
Oh, thank you, thank you.
When we have the dark squared bishop, though.
Very good.
Go ahead.
Very good.
Bishop
Wow.
C3 after
That's a good move.
That's stuff.
So maybe that's the key thing to see when you decide on bishop b4.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's like, oh man.
Right. The other line would be rook d4, knight a2. Always a big deal when that pawn drops.
Yeah.
If the knight on e2 moves, we'll just play knight c3 or rook c1 or both.
By the way, even there, knight a2 has to be good, but rook e2, rook. No, I take it back. So yeah, rook d4, knight a2 looks fine.
Yeah. King f1, rook e2, king e2, knight c3, king d3, knight b1, king c2, a2.
Well, a2,
No,
F, king
b2.
b2.
I just blundered it. All right. Knight c3.
Black ain't gonna lose.
Rook b4. b1. Okay. Yeah. Easy peasy. So, bishop b4. And the question is on Wojtaszek.
Well, let's just say, like, who knows what the objective truth was, but there's been a couple of, let me just say, Mr. Bruce, my sense as a player of this is not just as a fan, but I feel like I learned some things. So now, like, I've seen things like that before. I'm sure you have too, with like a3, b2.
Mm-hmm.
But this was a great example of it. You know?
I've seen it as like an exchange sack or a piece sack, not as a full rook.
Full rook sack.
Full
exactly.
rook.
Yeah.
So was it desperation or genius or I don't know. It looked like he was just dying, and hoping the b2 pawn was. I don't know. It looked like a misfire, but maybe it was all genius.
We got a result with Sam and Rapport. That's a draw. Now, actually, David, this is an important question for us and the chat. Did your wife give you a pass for tomorrow morning, or what's your situation, dude?
I got negative passes is the situation.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let me ask you something. I got there the last tie break, I got there a little late. I started at like 5:45. Is it 5:30? So 1:30 your time or 2? Yeah. When do you have to be there for the start of the round, bud?
I'm there at 1:30 my time, which is 4:30 your time.
Okay, and that's when it actually like starts.
Yeah, and then there's like a 15-minute delay. So I put up the stream around the time the round starts with a starting soon page, and then around 1:40 my time I'll go live. So 4:40 your time.
Okay, 4:40. That's a good thing for me to know. So Mr. Bruce will not be joining us for Sam's best game of all time, best most important game of all time. However, this is for his marriage.
Yeah.
This is for his children.
Yeah.
And he doesn't do it.
Fire Snap seems to know what's at stake.
Yep.
I would never be able to. I would just be like, no, I'm not getting up. I'm sleeping in.
Yeah. Oh, I'm waking you
Sleep
up
is at
tomorrow,
stake.
bud. I'm waking you up. You got to help me stream because David's not here tomorrow. So you got to help me out, bud. You got to be the color commentator. Yeah. Okay. All right, David, what game you want to look at, bud?
Well, I think Wojtaszek Aronian.
Yeah, okay, let's stick to it. So bishop b4 played. We are strongly anticipating knight takes b4.
Yeah, there it
It
is.
happens.
Let's see, they got 8 moves to go. Calculations locked in. Rook a3, d3 looks like a cold shower for white. And rook d4, knight a2 looks like a cold shower for white. At the same time, white's got a rook and a knight both hanging. So it's not like they've got 500 options. Have we looked at knight d4, rook c1, rook dd1, knight a2? Let's have a quick look at knight d4 maybe, just because, something has to
Wait
be
a second.
done.
Wait a second. Let me make sure about something. Wait. Rook a3, d3. Oh yeah, it's very simple. So rook b3. I just want to make sure. D takes e2. I cannot take on b2 because there'll be snip snop e1 queen mate. So rook b4, rook c1. Could I play king
e1 with queen?
King f2, you play e1 queen.
Yeah.
King takes rook c1. Yeah. Okay, good.
No move up.
Now, the bummer for white, though, is you got to just say to yourself, if I don't take the pawn on a3, then I'm clearly hosed. I think that's just like, that's what's for dinner. If you don't take that pawn on a3, that was your one chance, man.
Well, yeah, but I was thinking there's like one line here that we haven't checked yet, so I just wanted to check it. I don't have a lot of faith in it, but it goes knight d4, rook c1 check, rook d to d1. And then I was thinking maybe knight a2.
Yeah, or like, yeah, knight a2. Okay. And then maybe knight e2.
Yeah. Maybe knight e2. And now is where I feel maybe potentially clever that I didn't trade rooks, right? Because I come back to c2.
Yeah, that's the end right there, rook c2.
We could also be super evil. I could now trade on d1 and play knight c1. With like
there you go, Mr. Bruce.
With an interference thing, right? And white's got rook takes c1, and they think maybe they're still okay. Pawn takes, knight takes. They stop the a pawn. a2.
Yeah.
Just leave the
Here's another pretty one. After knight c1, he could try knight c3. Then I play b1 queen. Knight takes a2. Welcome to the dojo.
Rook c1, a1. Yeah. Also on theme, Jesse, after knight c3, you chase that damn blockader with knight e2 check.
There you go. Yeah.
Feed him that knight, and then a2. Okay, knight b4 played. Knight d4 played. Aronian is going to win this game with black, Jesse. I'm not even seeing anything else anymore other than him just queening these pawns in white's face.
Yep. So nice, gratifying.
What in God's name was this game?
Yeah. We left it, and there was some chumps on the stream saying Engine says it's equal or something.
Yeah. And
obviously white misplayed it. It's difficult momentitos.
Yeah. Yeah, I thought, oh, well, he's down a rook. Let's go look at the other games.
Oh, here's my time for my announcement, everybody.
Yes.
If you use code GOA, G-O-A, you can join the dojo, have a first month for 20% off. It's worth it, bro. You're gonna get some strengths. Get some strengths.
Yeah. And even if you don't want to train or get better at chess, if you enjoy our stream, support us in some way so we can keep doing this stream, Just ask yourself what your marriage is worth to you, and then pay us that amount of money, because that's what we've given up to be here with you.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I have a result. Svana drew Sargsyan, so that's also going to tie breaks.
Yeah.
And I just want to stress to the crowd, like, the reason that Bruce wasn't originally going to do the tie breaks, and myself too, was just that we're opposed to the blitz and the rapid deciding who gets to play for the world championship. And so that opposition remains. But when you got like somebody like Shankland going for it,
yeah,
I'm not going to cover those other chumps, by the way. Forget about it. I might cover Yospem, but I'm only interested in the Shankland thing tomorrow.
Yeah, and Yospem hasn't needed tie breaks yet this event.
He don't care.
He's famous as a good blitz player, but he's not here to prove his blitz powers.
That's right. In the Aragaisi Lako, when we left it, I thought that black was totally fine. I still think he's totally fine.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I would still prefer to be white, though I can see that I can see the game's playable, and it is the kind of thing that an old school player like Letko knows what he's doing.
Yeah.
Yeah. They tell me Hari has somehow escaped his horrible down a pawn position. He played bishop g5, king g7, bishop e2 retreat, bishop d6, just knight e2, takes, bishop. Wow. He just got his pawn. What?
That wasn't forced, we'll say.
No, it was not
Whatever
forced.
was going on, that wasn't forced.
First of all, when someone attacks your bishop with a knight, you should retreat your bishop. Second of all, if you don't, they will take it from you. And then they'll win a pawn on a diagonal with the bishop that you don't have. So go back in time and retreat your bishop when they attack it with the knight.
Yeah.
That's the PSA. Mike Sudlu and Wei Yi. We had a rook trade. We're in a pure bishop ending. Black is using the bishop g2 threat. And the king threatens the pawn. b6 threatening c5. White's got to play c5 themselves. Does. Tradeovich. And there we are. Does black have any way to crank things up, or will white just barely hold? If it were white's move, would white be in Zugzwang, Jesse? No, they would have bishop c4 check, king retreats, bishop f1.
Yeah, that should be fine.
In that case, it's a draw.
Yep. Bluebaum is famous for defending terrible positions, and he's got himself one here.
All right.
It looks lost. Maybe, he's an amazing defender, so you can't count him out.
Mm-hmm.
It looks really bad, though. It looks real bad. And he's got 0 time left.
0 minutes and some number of seconds. In Sweden.
So, it's a bummer for Bluebaum. He's gonna. One thing Alex Yermolinsky always used to love to talk about is how things always revert back to the mean. It was just in chess, but he would also use it in life. And the bummer for Matthias Bluebaum is you're going to revert back to your natural playing strength, which is strong, but it's not at this. You're going to get chopped by some Domchenko sometime.
Maybe Wei Yi has to move bishop d5 in the game we just left.
But you're with me. He's totally toast, like bishop d4, like rook c6 or something, right? And it's like, oh my God.
Yeah, I mean, normally, well, he's probably toast.
Yeah.
The critters haven't been fried up just yet.
He is amazing for defending the nasty.
Yeah. But Donchenko also has 20 minutes to find something to put him away. I mean, it's pretty rough. It's pretty rough.
It's pretty rough too. There's so many positions that are bad for him there.
Yeah. Normally, bishop takes d4 would be my last instinct here, Jesse.
Well, it's just one good piece, and it allows us to enter.
I know, but our bishop is so good. Look at that knight sort of dangling there, like almost lost to rook d1. Look at the bishop c5.
Yeah, totally fair. I think rook c7 might be winning on the spot too. I don't know.
The only move there is bishop d7.
Bishop d7, exact move.
Yeah.
Anyways, it's just pure nasty here. It is the pure nasty.
Right.
Rook cd1. He's got to try to play knight e2. That's his trick.
Right. I was thinking
he's just hanging on by a thread here.
I was thinking maybe a move like king f1 or king h1 threatening rook d1 would truly finish.
Anyway, let's just say this game's over. This game's over. He's going to think about it. That game's over. Bluebaum, goodbye, but we'll see you in the candidates, bruv.
Right. And Donchenko will probably be winning another one here. And he won his match in Classical against Geary too, so I'm sure he's raking in some points right now. He beat David Anton in Classical. He 2-0'd his first round opponent. Performance rating 2,800 plus. So far, great time for Donchenko. Unbelievable.
And Mr. Bruce didn't believe me about Nordbeck Jr. and Pranav. He said that black was better, and I was like compensation, and now it looks like white is just clearly better here.
Let's see what happened. White got back their pawn. And yeah, it's a whole situation. Yeah, that bishop on c8's looking nasty, actually.
No, you ain't happy with that, I'll tell you.
Wow. I just can't follow compensation that nebulous. Let's check the Wei Yi game real quick, because he only had a few seconds, and I feel like... Where is that? That's Meg Sudlu, right? No, somehow he didn't... He played king e7, king e3, king e6, king d4. He repeated once. So the question here, Jesse, was what about bishop d5? What about bishop d5?
Oh, good question. Okay.
If your king moves, king e5 looks pretty solid. If your bishop moves, bishop g2 looks pretty good. They're telling us we've got a result in Aronyan's game.
Mm-hmm.
Knight takes d4, rook c5, rook d2, knight a2, rook takes b2, draw. I'm sorry, why was rook c1 not winning?
He just wanted to give the guy a draw, bud.
Why?
It's like Yospin, bro. We're just here
Rook
for
C1,
survival. We're not here for like
rook d1,
Bruce's greatest hits,
knight
bro.
a2. Oh, saving move for white, knight b5. Holy moly, in the cannoli. Okay. So he wasn't winning, Jesse. We didn't see this move,
That's
knight
fine
b5.
for him. He still played a brilliant game.
Yeah.
Looks like Hare Krishna and Nils have a result.
Draw.
So yeah, epic tie breaks tomorrow.
Yeah.
I'm looking at the Wei Yi game. I left it. I assumed it was just winning or reading a total draw, but I didn't find an answer to bishop d5. And why not? What's going on with bishop d5?
Yeah.
I'm like missing something really obvious. I don't know what it is.
Okay. Let's think through our options for white. Are there stalemate tricks? No, our king's on d4. Bishop c4, Tradovich, king e5. Bishop d3. Bishop g2. I literally don't see a move for white, Jesse.
Okay, I do have an idea. I'm not thrilled about it, but it's like, let's say bishop d3.
Yeah.
Bishop g2.
Yeah.
Check to the miserable king.
Yep.
Okay. King e7.
Yep.
King e3.
Yep.
Bishop h3. King f3.
Or you mean f2, right?
No, f3.
f3?
No, I went to c4. By the way, your f5. Actually, go ahead and put your move on f5. That might be better.
What did I do?
No. I want to be on c4. I have to cover f1.
Okay.
Honestly, what you're doing is the same idea. We're
Okay.
both trying to trap the bishop.
Like this, you want.
Yeah, that was my intention there.
Thank you for the raid, Anamaya. I hope you had a great stream and that you're doing well in general. Here's a link, folks, a little heart or a link that you can click on to follow Anamaya's stream. And for those of you just joining us, we're watching the World Cup. Game 2 of a 2-game classical match here in round 4. Biggest prize at stake in this tournament are 3 spots in the candidates tournament. And
by the way, Mr. Bruce, this last variation does not hold for white because of f6. So that wasn't it. They eventually are doing slightly different things. King E3 and now F6.
Yeah, not clear why bishop d5 wasn't winning for black there. Now we get bishop d5 played in this situation.
So I think it's ultimately he's doing a similar thing. He's saying with F6, you're going to have to take, and then your king is still Zugzwang. It's still
Right.
Zugzwang. And your bishop is still Zugzwang. So maybe
Right.
the other one was winning. This one also looks winning.
Could still be winning, huh?
And Wei has almost 0 time, but he's about to get a lot more.
Yeah, he's 2 moves away from time control. He's got a minute and a half to get there. And what's white going to do? I mean, here's one thing you could do as white. Bishop, bishop, bishop. Trying to get the c6 pawn. Takes. Takes. There's
But that
some
looks
hope
lost.
there.
I don't know.
Bishop b7. King e7, right?
Something
And then
like
king
that.
e5.
But also, Mr. Bruce, on bishop b7, I don't think you're threatening c6. So maybe I don't play king e7 because you're not threatening c6.
Okay.
Because if you play c6, it's bishop f3, right?
Yeah.
So anyways, but that's a very plausible continuation of maybe the position we could get here.
Yeah. Bishop d5.
And there might be a reason to think, Mr. Proust, that we want, instead of playing EF like your variation, white could play bishop d3, bishop g2, then bishop e4 without the trade on f6.
So then we get something similar: bishop h3, bishop c6, bishop g4, just with this tension that's hard to look at here on e5. Very stressful tension.
You probably do have to eventually take, because I could play f5, f4 and run my boys.
It's a similar scenario, but of course with a few different details that could matter. King f5, c6.
Lebonus, I think that's his name, is saying f5 in the final position. Yeah, but that's the eventual grief that he's going to face.
Yikes! Looks really tough for Parham, right? Other options? Well, we could look at conceding space with the king, right? Instead of giving a pawn. Like ef6, king f6, king d3, king e5, king e3. Then we can ask, is this terminal? Bishop h1. Still maybe with the idea of bishop g2 and the idea of king d5. That looks terminal, yeah. Can you now trap the piece? Bishop c4, bishop g2, king f2, bishop h3, king f3, and there's no longer an f pawn. King d4. Even if the bishop's trapped, black seems to win. Because white's pieces are just busy keeping it trapped. But they can never take it, and black just pushes the c pawn.
So Levon will play the winner of Liko Erigaisi. And I'm just going to go ahead and say Liko Erigaisi is going to be a draw today, and then Liko's going to get wasted in the tie breaks, dude. Wasted. Adopted.
Ay, ay, ay. You can't get adopted in 2 games, Jesse.
You need more than 2 games to get
I know
adopted.
you're trying to talk like a kid, but
Well, I was thinking about the way Kostya got adopted in his match, bro. Oh, man.
yeah. Rough. I mean, the Aragaisi Lyco game still looks full of life to me. Looks interesting.
Yeah.
Knight a6 is threatened. White was threatening, knight c3, cranking up the pressure here with the idea of rook b7 at some point. g4 and g5 are dramatic moves. There's a lot going on there. But just quickly on the Magsudlu game that we were just on, White did go for bishop d3, bishop e4. So he's trading that c pawn for the 2 kingside pawns. Suspicion is that Black is winning, though it's close. Who did I predict in my bracket?
My predictions are so wrong that I've given up, My whole bracket, my whole Chalong bracket was called Gukesh wins. That shows how far wrong I was.
God, I predicted Magsudlu here against Wei Yi.
Looks like Arjun and Liko have a draw in their game.
Wow. Finished? Yeah.
Well, that's what I'm seeing. I'm seeing the shaking of hands here.
Knight c7 and some shaking.
That was like, if you have to play rook a5, I'm going to ask you about the draw. Even though we know that Mr. Proust doesn't like it when I offer the draw, I'm going to offer it to you here because I know you feel a little uncomfortable, so here's my moment.
Yeah. Well played by Peter. I mean, he continues to have a good tournament for an old timer. Classical performance rating over 2,800 with a 2-0 against Kirill Alexienko last round. Now he draws twice against a top 5 player. And even if he gets knocked out in the Rapid tomorrow, he's probably had a pretty good time at this tournament.
A ritual that I hadn't appreciated. I was watching that Liko finish, and the arbiter came over, held a black pawn and a white pawn in each hand, had Liko pick it. And so I think that's how they're determining who gets white first tomorrow.
An old Skittles room standby. Okay. Well, how's Aragaisi doing so far this tournament overall? He's doing all right. Peter slowed him down. Class. Okay, Yakubayev and Pranav might be hectic here. Rook c6 played. Kind of like forcing an exchange and pawn sacrifice or something. That looked like desperation from the world junior champion here on the brink of elimination against Noterbeck Jr.
I've been here all day, and I only now appreciated your acronym, which I guess is in it to win it.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's the opposite of knocked out.
Not
Out
the
or
F
in.
out.
Out or in.
The F out.
Are you in or out? Okay. So Pranav looking terminal. 8 moves to play. Scramble afoot. Pranav just hoping for some desperate chances against White's king on the light squares here. Finally develops the bishop c8 at the price of the rook. So this situation here was pretty rough. He got a pawn. Got his bishop trapped. was not willing to play the ignoble rook e to e8 to try and keep defending a piece that just didn't seem worth it anymore. I suppose White could have played rook b1, rook b8 to finish the awful picture at some point here. So he plays this, forces that exchange sack by attacking the rook and queen. And now White's hesitating about taking on c6 because they're not sure about giving the h3 pawn or opening up this long diagonal. Could be looking at moves like g4, king h2. Nothing easy or comfortable to play. I would definitely be using some time here myself, like Noterbeck is doing. every move has a little bit of a downside. There's no way to have no counterplay here that I can see. Like if you defend this pawn, there's knight e4 with threats at f2.
Do you have any sessions in the next couple of hours?
Seems like a strong move for black. Knight e4, trapping the knight on a4 as well, partially. Queen c6 is the choice, so that stops bishop b7 by grabbing that square with the queen. Against bishop d7, you can probably just take, so Praggnanandhaa's just going to grab one little pawn there. And the a pawn's hanging, but that might allow queen e4.
Well, remember when we had the whole thing on Sunday?
So white could strongly consider trying to just get rid of the queen side here. Queen b7, trying to get rid of queens with this threat. Could be appreciated as well. Black would probably play something funky in response, like queen g4 or queen d4.
Oh, so that's cool. So you can control these things. Right. Electricity is the good thing. Yeah, okay, you're safe.
Maybe rook a2 here.
I mean, I'll be inconvenienced, but I'll live. Yeah, he said he's supposed to tell us 4, but that he has a good team, and then right. And he was kind of like asking for my permission. I was like, "Do I really have a choice?" And he was like, well, "You know."
There's a little bit of a Mesovich still to this position here, right? You hit the
Right.
rook with the bishop, bring it to
Sure,
d5
right.
with queen d1 coming, right? Rook b2 or e2 or whatever it might be, bishop d5. It's a little hectic for white with this coming and this guy dangling here. So I could imagine that if white plays queen b7, Praggnanandhaa could throw queen d4 at white and not defend this thing here. Knight g4 is not mate because white can play queen, king takes bishop on h3 as well as rook takes g4, but mainly king takes h3 seems winning. Queen c4 instead. Queen c4 instead. Yeah, if we want to trade queens, that's the move that makes sense. Good call. And then white should eventually win this endgame. Yeah. It's that or queen a6. I think that a-pawn's dead in the endgame, so I would probably just trade queens here. Yeah. That's maybe the huge new weenie in me, but I'm thinking queen c4, and you can always get that pawn later.
Mr. Bruce, I gotta get.
Okay.
I am gonna be here early tomorrow morning, and I'll tell chat right now, and we're gonna focus on Sam's game. That's gonna be it. We're not gonna look at all those other chum games, and there's gonna be many. And Pete fans are gonna be saying, "What about so and so's game?" I'm saying, no, I'm just looking at Sam here. Okay.
You hear that, folks? If you want to tune in for tie breaks tomorrow, Jesse will be watching Shankland versus Rapport.
Yep.
Yeah, that's it.
All right, my man. I'll talk to you soon.
Cheers. Have a good day.
Bye.
All right. So we got a question from chat. Why am I in such a hurry to trade queens if I was white? Obviously, Noterbeck taking a different approach to it, not as worried about it, just brings the knight from the terrible square towards better squares, stopping knight e4 and stuff, defending some light squares around the board. The answer is partly that my king is weak, so I'm nervous. I want to get queens off the board so my king doesn't get wrecked while I'm in time trouble. Right? They've got 6 moves to play in 2 minutes from White's perspective. Then the other part of the question was someone saying, like, am I up enough to win this endgame with just an exchange? The answer is I think there's a fair chance I have enough. I also don't think I have any reason that I could increase my advantage more than that in the middle game. Like, the rook is not going to outperform the minor piece more in the middle game than in the end game. The rook's best phase of the game is the end game, so I feel like queen c4 maximizes my chances in every practical sense. There goes the a-pawn, though. Noterbeck takes his time, takes the a-pawn. Black's not even playing something like king h8 to avoid the queen trade. And Noterbeck seems more confident than I. Bonjour, Elise. The first one is the list of top players who are knocked out, and the second one is the list of top players who are still in the tournament. There's too many players and too big a bracket for me to list the full standings at this phase of the tournament. So that's what I've got is like the top upsets and the top candidates who are still in there. And once round 4 is over, we're currently in round 4. Once round 4 is over and we get into round 5, we're just going to be showing a list of the top players who are still in it and their match scores and stuff like that. It'll be a shorter list. Is there a grad show later? I'm not sure. Probably. Knight g4 played by Pranav. He had 10 seconds left as he played that move. So there's the kind of thing that I am scared about as white in such a position. Again, the first thing I look at is something like queen c4 or rook c4, trying to simplify with clear tactical means. Queen g6 looks darn interesting as well, but there's queen d4, and I feel like pressure has just been ramped on me. But if I don't give up, queen g6, queen d4, knight e4, queen a1 check. Yeah, let's give up on that. Queen g6, queen d4, rook a7, queen f2. Let's give up on that. Queen c4, rook c4, knight f2. Not pumped about that. Queen e6 check is played. King over. What's the follow-up? Rook c8, potentially? No, queen d7. Stopping queen d4. Wow. Good look at the full board from Noterbeck. He's on the brink. He's on the brink of ejecting Pranav. No queen d4. Mate in 1 threatened. Forced into passivity. Now he could even try calculating rook a8 here. Rook a8 looks like a death knell, my friends. I didn't plan on this a long time ago. I wanted to trade queens. Now it's looking like, hey, there's reasons to keep all the pieces on the board. He's played rook a8. That's it for him. Oh, mated like a potato. Pieces cannot scramble back to g7 properly. Not the bishop on h3 on a light square, who never had a hope. Not the knight on g4, who committed from f6 to g4. Not the queen on a dark square even. Cut off at the pass here. No checks. It's the moment where the game ends. Yakubayev, the final representative of Uzbekistan after the ouster of Abdusattorov and Shamsin Vokidov. It is Noterbeck Yakubayev who advances, and he scored 1.5 in the first match, drew his match with Van Nguyen and won the match with Pranav. So I don't know how close he is to 2,700. He's definitely not 2,700 yet, but he could be in the 90s. Oh, wait, Sindarov is still in it as well. My bad, Sidia. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Much appreciated. We need that correction. Yakubayev will be at 2694 after this win by my calculations. 2694. He's currently at the highest rating of his life, so, and he's only 23. He's not a spring chicken, but he's not at his peak yet. He's still getting better. Boom! Victory and into round 5 for Yakubayev. Let's check on his teammate Sindarov with the queen trade. The rook trade. Yu Yang then with the queen trade as well. The king runs to b4, makes it there in time. Keeps the black king out of b6, holds on to his extra pawn, but how much can he make with this extra pawn? Opening some space. Bishop d3. Man, 2 backward c-pawns. Can he do something with them? I'm not sure. Are we not going to talk about how Jose got into round 5? We talked about it earlier, Curry. We looked at his game with Serrana as he played it live. The Donchenko Bluebomb game, we thought that Bluebomb was on death's door. It looks like he made time control in this scramble. Let's see. King F1 got played. That was the move I was in favor of. Ooh, nasty. Nasty position for Bluebomb. He's down an outside protected rook pawn. He looks dead in the water. They just made move 41, each of them. What happens if Bluebomb qualifies again? Like, which spot does he keep? I think he would keep his spot from the Grand Swiss, and he would not take a spot from this Grand Prix. So the player in 4th place would get a spot. But it looks like it's not going to come to that. And I'm not an expert on rules. You know, I'm not a very rules-oriented person. So this looks like a sensational win for Alexander Donchenko on a powerful tournament, 2,800 plus performance. Oh, we are getting a few knockouts here and there. And speaking of, bishop endings and knockouts, has Wei Yi been able to put Magsudlu away? We got this endgame we talked about. He did play bishop b7, like I said. He did play king e7, like I said. Every move, like I said. King e5, like I said. I showed this position 30 minutes ago. And people were like, well, no, David, c6 doesn't really threaten because bishop f3. It's more threatening. You're in position to make the threat at some point. King gets some territory. I don't know for sure if Wei Yi can put it away. Did you miss something in the last couple of hours? Sure. Bunch of chess. We've got a few people who've made it into round 5 already. A few. Aronian. Jose Martinez, the 2 winners from yesterday. They're both in. Yakubayev just got in. That you might have seen. Hari and Grandelius went to tie breaks. Nobody broke through in that one. Okay, I see a pawn up queen ending possible for Sindarov in this endgame here. Yes, Jose in is great. Excited for that. Yeah, I see a 1 pawn up queen ending possible for Sindarov here. Is it winning? 85-90% chance he could win the queen and pawn ending, I see. Which is king and queen for both sides, G pawns for both sides, and a C2 pawn for white. Which position, Skibix? Mag Sudlu versus Wei Yi. I don't know that white can hold. If this is one you're asking about, I just don't know. I mean, I would guess that black has a fair chance to win. But basically, the idea is that the king is deep enough that if this move gets, that if black plays g4 at some point, white plays king f4, and embraces those pawns with white's king. In order to win an endgame like this, normally you would need your king to get to these pawns. And here white's king's kind of cutting the black king off from getting into good position. So I don't have like a particular I don't have a particular variation I've calculated here. I just see that there are practical problems for black just based off the king activity. So, I mean, we could put a variation in at some point, right? Like we could play something like bishop e4, g4, king here, pawn here, bishop here. We could just put some moves on the board and see. See what we see. Looks like h3, bishop h3, king g3 is always a draw, but king g5, h3 is always a win. And so the king can come get this. Outmost pawn is a word. Yeah, Skivix, definitely. That's good technical pawn jargon. Looks like pushing the pawn to c7 was a mistake here that exposed that pawn to being captured. So instead of that, let's see if we can mark time. Honestly, we can mark time with the bishop on this diagonal as well, because h3 will just play king g3. So this is the idea from white, just sitting around. If black wants to make progress, they need to get the king somewhere better. But how, right? White's king is still holding them. This pawn's holding here. King here. The bishop's on that square. So there's kind of a box all around black's king. Okay, normally when you go here, there'd be some chance to do this, but the king could also go a slower route. Oh, important idea from TRD. Goods. Let me try and show that idea. So here, here. Oh, but our pawn's not on c7. You want to get the pawn to c7 like this. Here, and then this must be your moment to try this move. King g5. Here, takes, king h4. Attacking the pawn here, here. So that is a key variation in that one position, yes. So, what does black want to do here? Yeah, I've just shown a lot of positions. I was lucky to find the right one. Honestly, TRD, I was lucky to find the right one because there's like, all these masses of variations. And when chat suggests something, I have to both guess what position they're saying it about and then find the position again. It can be a little tricky, but it's very good to get suggestions from chat. Would king e6 be any different? No. Yeah. Right. No, I mean there's no way around it, so it's just a tricky thing. Bishop h1 played. So basically, I actually feel white's drawing now. Basically, my first... that's not conclusive. I didn't calculate a bunch of variations, just one or two, as you saw. I feel like there are more variations that I haven't investigated. I didn't, make that huge effort that any of these players would make during a game of just desperately searching for one more resource. Is there some way to change that line? All I did was get a vague little impression. The vague little impression is that white can draw this difficult endgame. Two ways black could try to win this position in general. One would be to get the king active. Another would be to get control of the long diagonal with the bishop, like to offer a bishop trade. But with this king here, again, it's also hard to come to that diagonal. So we could try, let me try something totally different. Let's say white sits around. I could bring my king here with the idea of winning with bishop b7, right? If I can play bishop b7 and trade bishops, that's a winning endgame in general. But now white's going to attack the pawns, right? While my king's over there. Attacks both pawns. King here. Now what's the plan for black? If they ever go bishop here, white ignores the bishops. Right? I could also play king d6 with white putzi, yeah, for sure. I didn't even try that yet, but it occurred to me as well. I wanted to first show that if the king wandered all the way over here, white can probably just attack these pawns. But yes, in general, when the king tries to do this maneuver, you can also try and follow the king. So like king here, you could try to follow the king. In some case, maybe the king could try and slide through this way, stepping on this square. Probably king f5 will end the whole deal. Yeah, it's an important thing. It is an important thing to remember that in positions like this, you don't have to play bishop takes, king here, and then lose the endgame, right? Your priority in a lot of these endgames becomes the pawns more than the bishops. So this is a useful little moment to remember right here. What do I do after the coverage is over? Sushan asks. Make breakfast for my kids. Pack their lunches, take them to school. Then sometimes I come back and take a nap. Today I'm accompanying my kids on a field trip. I volunteered for that. I think mistakenly thinking it was the rest day or the tiebreak day. I thought the field trip was on the day where, I wasn't going to cover the tie breaks. Probably because I don't sleep at night. That's part of why I got the days wrong. Could black try bishop g2 at the end of this line? You could try it, but the king is just in range of this pawn. You're never going to get past this king with your king over here. So g4 played, king f4, g3. So Wei Yi just did that. He didn't dawdle around it. And white's king immediately goes to attack it. Is black going to come here and try some version of this? We didn't manage to get through here. King here could make sense. Then bishop d7. Then bishop here. If king here, you always have h3, king follows you g2. Hang on, that might be a winning idea. Let me just play a waiting move for white. Waiting move for white, king here. And so I wanted to point out king g5, h3, and you'll never be able to stop this pawn from going through, right? So you have to keep your king on this pawn here. So we're kind of waiting around, and then black's doing this maneuver. And now, ironically, your king can't capture, leaving the bishop hanging. Skibix had a question earlier about shouldn't you always have the lead with your outermost pawn, right? To drag them the furthest away. That would be the case more likely, Skibix, if there was stuff left on the queen side and you were trying to draw their king away in order to counterattack on this side of the board and win on the other side of the board. That's when you want to stretch your opponent's defenses with outermost. It's still going to be case by case, but here basically, you know, if he plays with his pawn on h3, the white king is able to take g4 faster than if he plays g3. This way, the outermost pawn is behind, but the king has to freeze the front pawn, which means the king can't capture this as quickly when black uses this plan of bishop c6. So maybe I'm going to reverse evaluations, but currently the variation I now have shows a win for black. Connected rook pawns on the 6th. Right, so at some point, white could play bishop c6 like this or something, right? So let me try and time this a little differently. Maybe bishop f3, bishop here, bishop here. Bishop here, bishop h3. Then black has here, takes here, 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 here. Now, normally this would be the right bishop to win this ending. Right now there's stalemate. Okay, the king can go to h4. You've got these two squares. Then the bishop drops back. Now you've got f1, so when you go to g1, king g3 doesn't stalemate anymore, and black wins. So, bishop h3, g2 is winning for black. Looks like white might be lost. g3, bishop e4 played, just waiting around. Oh, but that's one hope from Sushan. Check it out, folks. Very good point. Bishop g2, bishop c6, king g4 drawing. Boom! The only way so that if you take, your pawn's blocked by your bishop. Okay, so bishop on g2, you can't play bishop c6. But that might be the only position where you can't do it, right? So, bishop c8, waiting. Now, does white have any waiting move? To my eyes, king here, check, wins for black, right? King g5, h3, king e3, h3, so it's got to be a bishop move. If the bishop moves on this diagonal, anywhere, we can now go bishop b7, and king g4 won't do it anymore. So we'd have to somehow wait on this diagonal right? Then black does this thing, folks. They forget about taking over the diagonal. They don't allow king g4. They just take this pawn. Then you can eventually bring your king around to a square like h5. You can probably eventually win this once your king is loose. You can threaten to come in under at e1. You can come around. You got to be winning. You got to be winning. King f3, bishop b7, then king g4. Okay, Dale the Whale, thank you. Let's try that as well. So Dale the Whale says in this waiting position, maybe king f3. Idea check here. Same old thing, right? We have to drop all our preconceptions about bishops and, skewers and everything. So king here, king c6 is actually going to be the answer as given by Nilo, not bishop b7 takes bishop. It's a whole different ball game in the endgame, right? And it's it's a pawn game instead of a piece game. In the middle game, Jesse likes to say pawns aren't people, right? That it's about piece activity, not pawn structure. But in the endgame, sometimes it doesn't even matter the piece count, much less the piece activity. It's the pawns. So there was a great last-ditch defensive idea, the bishop on g2. Sitting there, waiting, being willing to sack it. But it looks like black still eventually breaks through with the king to the c-pawn. So I'm currently leaning towards a win for Wei Yi. I'm going to bounce over here for a second, see if Sindarov's done anything with this position. Ceccarino. Just waiting. Doesn't look like he sees a plan. Maybe he's waiting for Yu Yangyi to get lower on time before he brings the bishop around here and does the c4 plan. So we got this one done. Mike Sudlu. Keimer we haven't seen in a while. Let's see what he's done. f4. Wow. Wow, very complicated. Bishop f5, I'm not sure what was happening. Maybe knight d6. Rook d2 stops knight d6. Wow, again this trick of knight f5, h3. He's already used it once a couple moves ago. If folks noticed it. Back, f6. Holy moly. Can black not take on f6? Wow. I don't know if this is exactly what Keimer had in mind, but maybe he had this in mind? Threatening here? And the rook? Rook e6, cutting off the retreat? Then h3? No, because there's this move. Yeah, hitting the rook. Maybe he would just play it as an exchange sack? That seems insane. Seems completely insane. I don't know. I don't know. It's a pawn sack otherwise, Robin. So does he have to have something in mind? Yes, he played f6 and black could have taken it and didn't take it, right? This still breaks black's pawn structure, but without black being up a pawn. So yes, he must have had something in mind against gf6. He must have had something in mind. But we don't have time right now to figure it out. We have technically a tiny structural advantage for Keimer here, but probably black's holding okay. Probably black's holding okay. Yeah, TRD goods. In that one line with the, I assume you mean h3, bishop e2, knight f6, check, rook f6, bishop takes e2. In that line, we're still down in exchange. All we did was recover the pawn sack on f6. It's basically hopelessly lost for white, so that wouldn't have been it. If Wei Yi advances, he'll face the winner of a tiebreak between... By the way, it's over for Bluebaum. Wow. He'll face a winner of a tiebreak between Sevian and who's Sevian playing right now? I think Lodici? Sevian Lodici. They're tied 1-1. Okay, so we'll see the final moves of this game. There were only 2 moves left. King e1, knight g6, bishop f7, bishop c4, bishop g6. And Bluebaum resigns in view of the h-pawn just barreling down. So a very smooth game for Alexander Donchenko, and honestly, like a somewhat miserable game for Bluebaum, who's been on and off since his great run at the Grand Swiss. You know, he hasn't recaptured that Grand Swiss form nonstop since then. You know, he's had some good and bad games. So yeah, Bluebaum is out. But you know, if you're some kind of patriotic German fan, Bluebaum was already in, and this leaves Donchenko with a chance at being another candidate from Germany, maybe. So that's another decisive result. Yakubayev winning with white. Donchenko winning with white. It's dangerous at every moment, folks, these matches. Let me see if we've got... Let me just check if there's any results I'm missing. We've got a tiebreak between Svana and Sargsyan, tiebreak between Leko and Aragaisi, tiebreak between Pragg and Dubov. Donchenko in. Noterbeck Jr. in. Kaimra still playing. Maksudlu Wei Yi still playing. Jose Martinez in. Hari Grandelius tiebreak. Lodici Sevian tiebreak. Grebnev MVL tiebreak. Liang Sargsyan tiebreak. Liem and Karthik still playing. Shankland Rapport tiebreak. Levon is in. Sindarov still playing. Okay, let's open up this game here as well so we can follow that. Karthik Venkataram. I expect him to be in a bad position here against Liam Le. Let's see if that's true. Bishop and pawn against Rook. They're pretty locked in. Is it easy for black to sort out this position? No, it's pretty complicated. In both the endgame and the middle game, this is going to remain complicated. Black's got the better chances, but still, yeah, still anything could happen, I would say. Sindarov seemingly doing a lot of nothing this game. Oh, but when the bishop's on c4, then he can play bishop f5, hit the bishop for sure with bishop d3. Is it resign style? Let's check. If you think it might already be resignation. So he's going after the knight, and the knight has very few squares to go to, huh? I thought maybe there'd be a way out for this piece, but maybe there's not. Let's see. Knight d3, queen d1 check, king here, rook a3, trying to just win the piece. Let's say maybe queen c4, unpinning it. And I mean, for argument's sake, you probably want to take it. And I go check here, here. And that was not decisive at all. White's got queen e8 and d7 coming. I suppose black can try and checkmate quickly with queen f4. So like queen d4 maybe winning. Wow, the checkmate comes faster than I thought. Wow. So it's simply mate, huh? Bishop g5, maybe? Queen takes. After bishop g5, queen e5. Well, then f4, right? Queen moves, queen e7. You have to be very, very quick about mating white. So queen f2 looks strong. The idea is rook a2. Rook a2 is fast enough, right? And if queen b7, we win that bishop, which is enough that the d-pawn won't be a problem. If white preserves the bishop, then we go for mate. And actually, to be clear, we can actually checkmate on a1. We don't even have to take the bishop. I guess same with queen e7. We could go queen g3, rook a1, mate. Huh. But that was really close. I mean, is this the only move? Bishop g5, rook a1. That's completely winning, even if we don't collect the knight. The d-pawn is honestly enough to just say it's completely winning. Maybe it's completely winning. Maybe it's over. Queen d2. That doesn't work, for instance. Rook a1 isn't even possible. Bishop g5 played in the game just now. So there's no rook a1. So they're still playing, right? Maybe what black would like to do is play f6 to cover the dark squares here. While the bishop's responsible for the knight. This might look exciting, but that's check and queen c5 or whatever. So f6, send the bishop retreating somewhere, and then maybe put the king around here. This probably just barely winning for black, but tricky to play. Just check if Sindarov did something, because I keep thinking he has something. Yu Yang down to 3 minutes. But I don't even see what white is up to. Maybe he's thinking the king and pawn ending's a draw, and that's why he's not playing bishop d3. Let's just check a little idea there. Here, takes. Here. Now, at some point you have to move, and then white can improve their king. Then eventually c5. And then white wins. Bishop d3 was finally played. Bishop moves away, and now he can play c4. But he made Yu Yang Yi wait for like 40 minutes for him to do this. It's like a weird torture from Sindarov, right? Guess it feels like he's still got chances of winning. I'm being told that Maksudlu held this draw. The king came over, and he played pawn c6. We didn't talk about this defense yet. Intended to keep the bishop from coming to the diagonal. So yeah, we had not yet seen... Oh, what a fancy move. Bishop f5. Oh, and once the pawn goes to c7, then there's this king g5 tactic that we've seen before. King h4, g2. Maybe it was never winning for white. Yeah, torturing someone forever is super GM behavior. Absolutely, Patrick. We've just seen it in action here. Wow. So black couldn't win this, huh? c6 is the defense. Yep. Computer agrees. Okay, so we hadn't gotten around to talking about that. I'd seen that it was a possible defense to put the pawn on c6 whenever black threatens to play bishop d7, bishop c6. And apparently that holds it. So Maksudlu and Wei Yi will be in tiebreak tomorrow as well. Yeah. Okay. Sindarov still doesn't play c4. Should be careful not to accidentally break the 50 move rule. No, he's only 20 moves in. But yeah, ultimately the goal is c4, trade a pawn, Then move the next c pawn up to c4, c5. Very good chances that white eventually breaks through. Kaima. In his desire to win, Kaima does not trade the pawn, gives black a powerful passed pawn on f3. Looks quite risky and intense, but he's also sort of trapping this rook. His threat is perhaps a3. If he wins the rook, he'll probably be able to deal with that pawn. Although black's position is so advanced and active that I had to double check. That black isn't fine with rook e4, basically. But they're not. So check this out. Like rook here, knight takes, king takes, rook check, king d4, rook takes e5. King takes, king d3. And you win the f-pawn by force with the white king. And then the king and pawn ending's winning. So g3, threatening a3. Knight c6, gaining the d4 square for the rook to escape. Also, knight d4 could defend this pawn. But I guess on a3, maybe he's planning knight d4, not rook d4. Because a3, rook d4, rook f1 looks like you drop this pawn, right? So what he'd love to do would be knight d4. King here, rook check, king here, rook here. A3, knight d4, king d3 though. King d3 though. Uh-oh. Rook takes, king takes, rook here looks like a mop-up operation for Vincent. So does knight c6. Esipenko, by the way, spent 7.5 minutes on knight c6. So he was working hard on this move. But does a3 do the trick for Vincent? And if it doesn't, he could also play rook f1 or rook d5 first. King d2, looking to embrace the pawn. We can definitely say this pawn doesn't look so strong with black retreating. Right? For a moment, it looked very, very ambitious and risky, right? G3, leaving that pawn alive. You don't really believe these pawns are going to keep black's pieces at bay forever with no white pieces over there. You think h5, h4, pawn takes, king f4, and just losing to this f-pawn from white's perspective. But he calculates that with g3, he's not just avoiding the pawn trade, he's threatening to win the rook with a3. It's got almost no way out. Knight c6 is close to the only way out. Although, honestly, I still think a3 wins for Vincent until I calculate better than I just did. But now, you know, he wants to embrace the pawn with king e3, and the pawn does not look very healthy here. Does anyone see a refutation in my a3 move? I should quickly check if black has a candidate move other than rook d4 or knight d4. Those are the only two moves I looked at first. Rook e4, I've not looked at it in this exact position, but maybe that's the other candidate move is rook e4. So rook e4, rook d4, knight d4. What else? Rook b5, no. Rook b3, no. f2, no. So rook e4 would be the third candidate move. At a minimum, this move looks very good. Because right, you can force the win of that. But let's look at this for a moment. Oh, knight c2. Hang on. Careful, David. I mean, I think eventually white must win this endgame with rook versus knight. King f4, knight d5 check wins a rook with that rook still on b4. Patrick, yeah. So against knight d4, king b2, rook check here, rook takes c3 is good for black, right? But I realized we could play king d3 and not defend the b pawn because both these pieces are attacked. And king d3, I thought I won. There, I thought I won. a3, rook d4. Then my variation was rook f1. Looks just all around good for Vincent. Let's see Vincent's move. Maybe it's not much worse than a3 if the goal is just to win the pawn. Maybe he prefers to keep the pawn structure completely rock solid, so it's harder for black to trade down or make counterplay. Maybe he thinks he's got this pawn no matter what with simple king e3. Okay, so game's still going. Maksud Wei Yi, done. Sindarov, c4, finally. Why he didn't take with the bishop, I don't know. Now we get another 550 moves before he plays c4 again. Knight e5, dope gym. Knight back to e5, yes. Yes, I messed that up. Beautiful. Okay. So a3, rook d4, rook f1, knight back to e5. I get it. Bravo, Vincent. And bravo, Dope Gym. Venkataram and Liam, rook a4. Temposki, Tradovich, rook d4. And the pawn goes down. Oh. Ooh la la. Black just working. Wait, pawn trades? What? That's a bit surprising. Okay, if GF, he's going to play EF, winning a pawn. And if FV, he's going to play F5, I guess. And take that pawn. That's a weird technique. I did not expect this move coming. Of course, word brumph. Thank you for offering a vowel-free username. Fe5, F5. That is the idea. E6 thrown in. Uh-oh. King E6, knight C5. Danger, danger. Okay, Liam saw it coming. Plays King E7 without getting too concerned. We could have some people getting knocked out at the end of this round here today. Their lives are on the line. Karthik, Yu Yang Yi, and Andrei Esipenko. So after king d2, Esipenko played rook d4 check, king e3. Looks like he's looking for that rook trade, but the rook trade doesn't really save him. Is he going to play knight e5 and try to hold the pawn? I guess you play knight e5. I think white can go knight f2, knight d3 and win like that. Or at least win the pawn like that, right? It's not over, but there's also knight b4. Knight b4, knight c3. And there's nothing left for black, really. If black loses the pawn on f3, is the game done? Not 100%. Is white winning like computer versus computer? I think so. If black doesn't have something specific, right? Like if you just took it off here and said white or black to play from this position, I would say computer, it's winning. Human, 90-something% for Vincent to convert. 1 second. I hear a little sound. Coucou. Viens, avant qu'elle saute sur toi. Viens. Entrez. Yeah. Bravo. Ça va bien? T'as bien dormi? On espère. Okay. Knight b4 is played. Wow.
What?
C'est choquant?
Yeah.
She's shocked. Shocked that Esipenko would go for knight b4. Knight c3.
Daddy.
Looks very good.
Daddy.
Oui, mon amour? Oh, elle est souvent un tout petit peu foufou le matin, n'est-ce pas?
Yeah.
Quand elle se réveille, elle a beaucoup d'énergie.
That again.
Ça, c'est le même board que hier, oui?
Yeah.
Tu le reconnais?
I like it.
Oh, ouais.
Some.
Ouais.
I want to eat some.
Tu peux avoir une noix, mais pas de pépites de chocolat.
Yeah.
Tu veux une noix?
I don't like it.
Ou tu peux avoir ça si tu veux. Ça, c'est la banane. C'est bon? T'aimes? D'accord, très bien. Pranav lost, Patrick. Knight to e5. Oh, e6 get the knight to e5. You must be talking about Karthik, huh?
Eat it. Let Papa eat it. We're trying to get some.
Oh no. Okay, so white wants to go knight e5 to get this g6 pawn. There's rook e4 check, so moves the king first. Threatening knight e5, and Liam's working really hard trying to figure out how to handle that move. I mean, one idea might be rook check and then you could take. But he did kind of want to get at this pawn. Tu veux une autre noix? Ok.
Noir.
Noix, noix, noix. C'est très bon. C'est une noix de cajou, ça.
Whoa.
Elles sont bonnes. On peut ouvrir ça maintenant si tu veux voir. Je sais pas si le soleil est sorti encore. Bon. Non, pas encore. Rien à voir.
Only see us.
On peut nous voir, oui. Rookie 4 to stop 95. So, Liam is hoping to collect this pawn and this pawn somehow. It's not easy. I mean, it does also cut the king away from the action for the moment. It's a pretty decent square. If white moves the knight to kick the rook out of here, which only the knight can do, then he can take the pawn safely.
Whoa.
Whoa!
Sit.
Tu t'assois, c'est bien.
Sit.
Et glisse. Tu t'assois, tu glisses, tu grimpes. Wow! Ouais, tu contrôles bien.
Dad, I'm more hungry.
Tu as encore faim, hein?
Yeah. And I got chocolate.
Non, pas de chocolat.
Now you put some.
J'ai mis quelques chocolats dans le bol, c'est vrai.
Yeah. You can eat that chocolate.
Yeah, Liam might be dreaming exactly, Robin, of playing knight c7 to e6.
I'm
Here.
hungry. That's you.
Oui, et
Ellie.
ta grande sœur, quand elle était petite.
Also,
Grande sœur.
and when him is tiny.
Ouais, quand elle était tiny.
Stick it. Stick it.
Ça va?
I wanna do this.
Tu veux bouger la souris pour moi? Non, je pense pas aujourd'hui.
I
Ça devrait être
want
moi
to.
qui contrôle la souris, peut-être.
Huh?
Quoi?
I can't do that games.
Okay,
I
so
can't.
bishop covers the pawn.
Ouch!
Il y a des cœurs là, oui, qui volent. C'est vrai.
That's really good.
C'est bien ça? Okay. She appreciates whoever's sending hearts.
I want to turn the cacas.
Tu veux plus de caca?
Yeah. It's only one.
Oui. She appreciates the hearts, but she would prefer poop emojis. Let's see. Cinderov. Draw.
What?
C'est exactement ce que j'allais dire. What? Boop. Boop, boop, boop.
Stop talking.
Mais c'est mon travail de parler.
There is a stop saying that shot.
D'accord. So why didn't
What?
white play c4?
My hand.
That I don't understand at all.
Where's my hand?
Je sais pas. Tu l'as
I
caché
see.
quelque part?
He's here.
Non?
That's it.
Ah oui, je vois. Il y a des doigts cachés.
Here.
Wow. Super cool. Super cool. Okay. So, folks, I have no idea why Cinderov didn't go c4 and press this endgame. I thought he was trying to torture Yu Yang Yi to the maximum. Is this result correct? Bottom, yeah, draw. So they'll be playing tie breaks. I don't get it. Sorry about that, but I don't. Not able to explain that immediately. We get knight c3, king e5, with the idea of king f3, king d4. So the pawn is not yet a done deal. It's all wrapped up and the king's embracing it, but he's not yet certain about grabbing it. with this move, this, and this. Now the king's holding that knight at bay, and black's looking for some counterplay with knight c1, potentially drawing the game. So Vincent plays g4, starting to build on the kingside pawn majority, so maybe this king can't run to the queen side. We'll see. f2 played, takes it. King f4 now, switching directions, so no longer here, here, here. But instead, the king tries to come into white's house, and by attacking this pawn, frees this majority from any further movement.
Stop saying. Daddy, not
Oui.
attack.
Une attaque? Mais comment est-ce qu'on fait une émission sans parler?
This.
Il faut qu'on parle, n'est-ce pas? Ouais, d'accord, on est d'accord. Woof.
This is a big leaf. This is
Oui.
very heavy.
Yeah. So Esipenko has some real chances here. That's a very far advanced king. There's pressure against the queenside pawns from the knight, which is also aggressively posted.
I'm hungry.
Tu veux descendre mon chien sérieux?
No.
Non.
And that.
Oh, tu veux encore ici?
I want the noir.
Comme ça. Okay, so ideas for Vincent. He could play a3. He could play knight e2. I don't have 10 million other ideas for him. If knight e2, king g5, then he'd still have to make a choice about this pawn, right? A knight retreat would go back into king f4 territory. So perhaps a3 would be the move.
What? Just bring it at there.
We get into an active position here with the tempo on that. King here. Check. Oh yeah, that'll do. That'll do. That looks like a draw.
I'll do that a little bit. Maybe I'll draw here.
All right, Vincent's come up with something. Let's see what it was. King g2 first off. Okay.
There.
A little bit of a waiting move, but he gets out of range of some of the knight checks from the black knight. If the black knight moves now, you know, he might have knight d5 check. He could also play knight b5 next. Black plays knight d3.
Just this thing there.
And he still has his extra pawn, so he still has his chances for sure. Knight d5 check. King
Here.
would have to go to e5, I think.
Huh? Here.
But then I don't see a progress. He just has to retreat the knight.
It's in a corner from that.
That's actually an interesting question, Patrick. Sometimes we can figure out the evaluation by comparing to a king and pawn ending. In knight ending specifically. So if this were a pure king and pawn ending, white would eventually win. On descend chercher à manger? Yeah. So in a pure king and pawn ending, Patrick, white would be winning. They would play, you know, b4, b5, a3, a6, and then just start playing king f2, king g2. And the black king would have to back off eventually. And you'd get your king to g3, and then you could play h4. And you'd slowly move up the board with this pawn majority. And then eventually, your pawn majority would be far enough up the board that you would win the race by heading to the queen side with your king.
Look, I'm next to Mama.
What?
Wow.
Qui a grimpé dedans et grimpé pour sortir. Yes, bravo. Superbe, superbe. All right, folks, we'll be right back. I'm just gonna fix up a little bowl of cereal, and we'll see the conclusion of this game and the game of Venkataram and Liam. Probably a win for Black, but we'll see both of these and games again in a minute. All right. We no longer want our cereal. Draw agreed. Wow, that was quick. Okay, so King G2, Knight D3, A3, check, attack. King E... No, I don't think he played King E5. I don't believe that for a moment. Maybe King G3. What? Maybe A6. A6 looks drawish. King G3 looks drawish. I mean, I agree with the result. I think Estepenko saved this game. That was very nicely done. really key idea here, folks. This idea, like, you're losing this pawn, but you push it so you get another row forward of king activity. It was very nice. Is black better now? They can never really be better here. I think at the end of the game, like, to me, a plausible variation here would be something like a6, knight c7. Right? Knight a3, knight a6. Something like this, you know. Right? And no problems. Something like that. I don't know for sure, but, you know. Something of that sort is very, very safe for black, actually. So another...
Look, purple.
We'll say a slight escape for Esipenko. I don't think he was quite lost. I think he was just defending there. Just defending. And did a good job. Yeah, when they show a draw, they often put the kings on e5 and e4 to show a draw. So that's why I think the last move might be a DGT error. It's not a big deal if I mean, we could look really hard to see if king e5 is a good move as well, but those are two logical moves, a6 or king g3. Maybe white played knight b5 and offered a draw, and that was the last move of the game. I can imagine that, knight b5 being the last move. And he offers a draw, and it ends there. So I think that this was good defense by Esipenko in a slightly tough endgame. I mean, it didn't push him down to his last minute, so it wasn't the most difficult or tenuous hold of all time. It wasn't like Sargsyan yesterday against a Wonder, which was just amazing. But it was a good defense. And this is the last game on our hands. Let's see if any more moves have been played. What? White can't take? Black can't take? That looks like a win. Even that. Easy win. What? He doesn't capture these pieces? You think it's h5 without any further ado? h5 here, and then pushing? That looks winning as well, doesn't it? Hang on. Interesting. I think that's a draw, huh? Let's see. Très bien. Tout fini. Tu te sens mieux comme ça, hein?
Now I need another one.
Un autre quoi?
Another salad.
Salade? Tu veux une salade maintenant? Non. Qu'est-ce que tu veux?
I said Cheerios.
D'autres Cheerios? Okay, hang on, folks. So king e5 was played. Bishop here. King f5. Great square. Knight drops back. The rook gets in close. That's a rarity for a rook. Knight retreats. Rook comes in. Kicks him around.
What? Kicks around?
The knight covers the ears in advance of rook d3.
Around.
And yeah, and black wins without any trouble. So Liam is through.
Cover the wow.
There goes one of the last players under 2600, Karthik Venkataram. Great run at this tournament.
Cover the wow.
took out Aravin Chitambaram in round 2 with
You
a nice
have
endgame.
green things, remember?
Took out Bogdan Daniel Deak
And
in tie breaks.
I don't want that.
And finally falls to his 3rd Super GM. It took a lot to bring him down.
And that.
It took a lot to bring the boy down. So great run for Karthik. And Liam's run continues.
Look, I'm eating this.
Mm-hmm. Liam would make a good candidate. I agree. If he gets through this knockout, that'll be perfectly reasonable. He's
I'm gonna finish this big
a very strong
ball.
player.
I'm gonna finish this.
Oh mon dieu. Incroyable. All right, folks, we'll let you know tomorrow whether or not she finished the big bowl. Jesse will be on for the tie breaks. There's a bunch of big matchups tomorrow in the tie breaks, of course. One last player under 2,600, Lorenzo Lodici. 3 U.S. players in the tie breaks, I think. A Wonder Liang, Sam Sevian, and Sam Shankland. But Jesse promises that he will be only covering the matchup between Sam Shankland and Richard Rapport. So you can tune in tomorrow for that. Thanks everybody for the suggestions and the nice comments throughout the show and the chat. And I will be back in 2 days for the next classical rounds of round 5. Let's hope that that Sam will be around for me to watch him then. All right. Take care, everybody. Best of luck and wishes.
Okay.
C'est bon? She's starting off strong. All right. Be well, everybody.